The radio show of the Stanford Storytelling Project. I am Misha Shone.
I call the meeting to order of the Planning and Transportation Commission for Wednesday, May 14th at 2014. And will the Secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Alcheck, Commissioner Gardias, Vice Chair Keller, Commissioner King,
Present.
Chair Michael, Commissioner Rosenblum, Commissioner Tanaka. So we have 5 present, and for this evening, Chair Michael is absent, so Vice Chair Keller will be acting chair, and Commissioner Tanaka is acting vice chair. And let's welcome our 2 new commissioners, Commissioner Rosenblum and Commissioner Gardias.
Thank you. I'd like to also offer my welcome to the new commissioners. So I think that we'll have a good meeting tonight, and I look forward to a long agenda, but hopefully we'll not make it too long in terms of ending tonight, since we're starting at 5. So the first thing is the oral communications, and that's where members of the public speak to any item not on the agenda. I don't see any cards for oral communications. So we'll go on to the, I guess we'll have the director's report after the CIP review, so we'll rearrange that. So we'll start with the public hearing, which is the CIP review, item 1, which is a review of the 2015 to 2019 proposed capital improvement programs for the comprehensive plan consistency. By the way, are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? If you do, please give a card to the secretary. We'll start with the staff report.
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner Keller. I'm Stephen Turner, the Advanced Planning Manager, and on behalf of Hillary Gittleman, our Director of Planning and Community Environment, who is out of the office this week, I do want to welcome our 2 new commissioners, and thank you for your service, and we hope to bring you lots of interesting projects this year for your review, starting with the Capital Improvement Plan. Maybe perhaps not the most interesting project we'll bring to you this year, but certainly an important one, in that every year as part of the budget process, the city brings forth the proposed CIP to the Planning Commission to find consistency of the proposed CIP with the comprehensive plan. This is a yearly event, and with us tonight to help present the information is our team of CIP professionals who have been working extremely hard over the past few months to prepare the materials in front of you this evening, starting with Chitra Moitra, a planner with the Planning Division, who provided much of the information regarding the consistency of the CIP with the comprehensive plan. To her right is Brad Eggleston, Assistant Director of Public Works. Then we have Eric Billamoria, Senior Management Analyst with the Administrative Services Department, and then Walter Rossman, our Budget Director, also with Administrative Services. And they'll be making the staff presentation tonight. And are we starting with Eric or with you, Eric? Very good. Take it away then.
Thank you, Stephen. Good evening, Vice Chair and members of the Commission. Eric Billamoria with the Office of Management and Budget. I'd like to first spend a few moments providing a brief overview of the proposed 2015 capital budget and the 2015-2019 proposed capital improvement program. The city's overall investment towards capital projects in fiscal year 2015 is $57.5 million. The majority of this funding is allocated across the city's 9 enterprise funds, which include the various utility funds, as well as the wastewater treatment, refuse, storm drainage, and airport funds, with the largest investments in the utility funds and wastewater treatment fund. Total fiscal year 2015 proposed expenditures in the enterprise funds are $28.5 million, or 49% of the overall 2015 budget, and are primarily supported by ratepayers and new users connecting to the utility systems. Funding within the enterprise funds allows for a wide array of projects, including upgrades and rehabilitation to the city's utility systems, progress towards the completion of the 7 storm drain capital projects outlined in the 2005 voter-approved ballot measure, and projects to improve the condition of the regional water quality control plant. Approximately 43%, or $24.7 million, of the overall fiscal year 2015 budget is allocated to the Capital Improvement Fund, which is supported primarily by an annual transfer from the general fund. Projects budgeted within the Capital Improvement Fund allow for improvements to streets and sidewalks, parks and open space, buildings and facilities, and traffic and transportation. The transfer for fiscal year 2015 is $13.7 million. Finally, approximately 8%, or $4.3 million of the fiscal year 2015 budget is in the Vehicle and Technology Internal Service Funds, the majority being in the Vehicle Fund. This funding allows for the timely replacement of vehicles and equipment, including public safety vehicles, that are approaching age, mileage, and utilization thresholds. Planned expenditures over the 2015-2019 CIP of $330 million are approximately 12%, or $53.4 million, lower than the 2014-2018 CIP, although still higher than the preceding 3 CIPs. The decline in planned expenditures from the prior CIP to the proposed CIP is a result of changes across all funds. However, a reduction in planned expenses in the enterprise funds, specifically the wastewater treatment fund, is the largest driver of the decline. The prior CIP assumed funding for the full build-out of the biosolids facility. While funding is included for the first phase of a biosolids handling solution, funding for the entire build-out is not reflected in the proposed CIP. As more information becomes available and decisions are made regarding the cost, size, and partner agency support for this project, it may be included in future CIP documents. Cumulative changes in the wastewater treatment fund resulted in a $58 million decline in planned capital expenditures. Planned expenditures in the general fund are $13.5 million lower than the 2014-2018 CIP. The decrease is primarily due to the $8 million golf course reconfiguration project. Funding for this project will carry over to fiscal year 2015. However, it is not reflected in the proposed CIP, as no additional funding is allocated for this project at this time. It is anticipated that work will begin on this project by summer of 2014. Planned expenditures in the internal service funds are relatively unchanged from the levels assumed in prior CIPs. Information on the breakdown of capital projects by category, including recurring and non-recurring status, as well as IBRIC classification, can be found in Attachment G of this agenda item. The general fund projects included in the proposed CIP were recommended after a deliberate, staff-driven vetting process. The recommendations included in the City Manager's proposed budget will also be reviewed by the Finance Committee on May 27, 2014. As part of the prioritization process, staff considered several factors. First, staff ensured that proposed projects were aligned with City Council priorities. Staff also prioritized health and safety projects over other projects. As an example, the Civic Center Fire Life Safety and Electrical Upgrades project was added to the proposed CIP. In March 2014, the City Council considered a recommendation from the Infrastructure Committee that included a prioritized project list and associated funding plan, which included, among others, a new public safety building and the replacement of 2 outdated fire stations. While funding for these projects is not included in the CIP, the funding plan did assume utilization of the Infrastructure Reserve, or IR, which is the ending fund balance of the Capital Improvement Fund, in the amount of $12.5 million over the next 5 years. The utilization of the IR was considered in developing the proposed budget spending plan. As part of the fiscal year 2015 budget process, staff reviewed the amounts allocated to annually recurring projects. Historical expenditure levels were reviewed, and some adjustments were made to recurring projects as a result. A number of proposed projects were identified that are dependent upon the completion of studies and master plans, or grant sources that have not yet been identified. The repair or replacement of the Baylands Boardwalk is one such example. While funding is not included for these types of projects, the potential for needing to allocate funds in the future, once the feasibility, scope, and costs are better defined, is real, however, accentuating the importance of maintaining a healthy IR balance. Funding is not allocated for Cubberley Community Center in the 2015-2019 CIP, pending negotiations with the Palo Alto Unified School District. In February of 2014, the City Council directed staff to eliminate the covenant not to develop as part of the negotiations with the school district, and to use funds towards Cubberley maintenance and infrastructure needs. If the city and the school district are able to agree on a long-term lease, funds will be needed for capital improvements and maintenance of the site. The proposed operating budget includes a recommendation to reduce the Cubberley lease payment amount for fiscal year 2015 by approximately $1 million, which is the amount equal to the first 6 months of the calendar year 2015 covenant not to develop payment, and sets aside this amount in a reserve for potential rehabilitation costs. As referenced within the staff report, a number of new general fund projects and increased general fund investments are proposed as part of the 2015-2019 CIP. A significant increase to the annual street maintenance project, spread over 3 years, will allow for street resurfacing work on Alma as well as Middlefield to be completed. This increase will bring the total allocation for street maintenance in fiscal year 2015 to $6.4 million and approximately $6 million in fiscal years 16 and 17. Additionally, with the level of funding programmed in the 2015-2019 CIP, the city is anticipated to reach its goal of an average citywide pavement condition index score of 85 by 2019, 2 years earlier than the council established goal. An increase to the Transportation and Parking Improvements Project will allow for the installation of parking guidance system technology in the downtown garages, as well as access control and revenue collection equipment. The Civic Center Fire Life Safety and Electrical Upgrades Project will upgrade aging fire life safety systems in City Hall. The Embarcadero Road Corridor Improvements Project provides funding for the design of traffic signal modifications to enhance safety and address resident concerns regarding delays along Embarcadero Road. Grant funding will be pursued for the construction costs associated with this project. Funding is programmed for improvements at Bulware Park, including the installation of a new play structure and rubberized surfacing to increase accessibility. This project will contribute to a reduction in the park's catch-up infrastructure backlog. The Civic Center Waterproofing Study project provides funding for a condition assessment of the Civic Center Plaza Deck structural system. Repairs are not programmed in the CIP pending results of the study. The Palo Alto Community Gardens Irrigation System project allows for new irrigation systems to be installed at all 3 community gardens, which is anticipated to reduce maintenance costs. Finally, additional funding is proposed for the Facility Interior Finishes Replacement Project, which will allow for improvements to the police department restrooms, which are in need of upgrade. Staff did weigh the option of not funding these upgrades in light of the proposed new public safety building. However, it was determined that the need was too severe to wait. A number of new projects are proposed for the enterprise funds as well. Improvements in the electric fund will enhance service reliability and replace aging equipment. The gas main replacement project and the wastewater collection system rehabilitation and augmentation project will improve health and safety by replacing leaking, inadequately sized gas mains and reducing the likelihood of sanitary sewer overflows. The Storm Drain Master Plan Update Project will enable staff to identify the drainage system infrastructure needs to be incorporated into a future ballot measure to fund the city's storm drain program beyond 2017, when the 2005 property owner approved fee increase sunsets. Finally, the temporary airport terminal project will allow for a modular trailer to be installed at the airport, providing for a temporary airport terminal building to house airport staff and serve the flying community until the completion of an airport master plan. It is anticipated that the city will take over operations of the airport from the County of Santa Clara during fiscal year 2015. The display of information contained in the proposed capital budget document is consistent with the 2014-2018 CIP. As part of the 2014-2018 CIP, the Office of Management and Budget made some changes to the capital budget document in response to feedback from this committee. These changes included better descriptions of the operating budget impacts, listing of prior year budgets with remaining funding that will carry forward to the next fiscal year, increased utilization of charts, graphs, and pictures, and clearer linkages to the comprehensive plan for each project. The Office of Management and Budget is in the process of transitioning to a new budget document publishing software and budget system pending City Council approval. The 2015 capital budget was produced using the previous software. Over the course of the next year, staff will work to further enhance the clarity and information contained in the budget document, and the fiscal year 2016 capital budget will be prepared using the new software. With that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Chitra from the Planning Department.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Chitra Moitra, Advanced Planning Department. Today, staff recommends that the Planning and Transportation Commission find the proposed 2015 through 19 capital improvement program consistent with the comprehensive plan and forward its findings to the Finance Committee and the City Council. The CIP process this year started in last December of 2013, and the project managers from different departments started working together on the CIP projects. Last year, we had a process which was a little bit different from planning side. Then Commissioner Keller and Alex Benelli, ex-commissioner, had this. Two of them were formed the PTC subcommittee on CIP items. They worked with staff very closely and suggested a lot of improvements on the document and on identifying the projects. In September of previous year's process, the PTC subcommittee on CIP came and presented it to the whole full commission, and again, the full commission made a lot of improvements to the projects. This year, we have followed their recommendations, and we have incorporated all the changes they suggested last year. And these changes include, as Eric said, establishing each of the CIPs, linking it with comprehensive plan element and section of the comprehensive plan with a goal and a policy and a program. We also made improvements in designating the projects, whether they are annual recurring or non-recurring projects, or whether it's a catch-up or a keep-up project. We have added a lot of visual aids and maps and graphics to better illustrate. So these were all as a result of the last year's process we went through. For this year, let me start about the analysis work which we did, which is attachment B of the staff report. This year, the CIP analysis can be grouped in 3 groups. First is CIPs, the individual CIPs linkages with the comprehensive plan goals, policies, and programs. This year, again, no surprise, as your chart 1, 2, and table 1 shows that overwhelmingly 45% of the goals, policies, and programs cited are from the natural environment element, and about 30% of them are from the community service element. I have provided the list of the most cited goals, policies, and programs in Table 2 of the attachment. And then as we can see, next slide, next one. So as we can see that then the following one, please, the following one. So as we can see, the goals, policies, and programs from the community service element, the mostly referred ones are C4, goal, policy C25, and program C19. These are all focused on maintaining cities' aging infrastructure facilities throughout the city. Natural environment element is the next most cited element. And again, the most of the comprehensive plan policies are related to water resources and maintaining efficient energy system and supply. The second set of analysis we did was CIP related to the budget side of the CIP. So each of the dollar amount requested for the CIPs were now assigned to a comprehensive plan element. And for that, we can see that about 59% of the budget it has been devoted to natural environment element. And the types of funds which was used was enterprise fund, basically funding most of all the projects in the natural environment element, and about 64% of the general fund went for the community service element. The last section of analysis which we did was link the CIPs with the City Council priorities. In 2014, the City Council had 3 priorities, and the number 1 was infrastructure, number 2 was technology, and number 3 was built environment and transportation and parking related. So again, we find that about $292 million were invested on the first category, which is the infrastructure strategy. Attachment C of your staff report shows the additional information we provided in terms of the committee reviews required for each project, and if any environmental review is required for the projects, or if there is any design review required for the projects. Attachment D of your staff report also lists the most cited comprehensive plan goals, policies, and programs. So with this, in conclusion, I would like to say that staff requests PTC to find the proposed CIPs inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and forward it to the Finance Committee and the City Council. Thank you.
And I might just add, just to kind of wrap up the staff presentation, the purpose of the PTC's role tonight is relatively straightforward. As Chitra mentioned, it's really to find consistency of the proposed CIP with the comprehensive plan. Over the years, staff has tried to add value to this process by providing a lot of additional detail about the projects and their relationships to the comprehensive plan. Thus, a lot of the charts and information that Chitra just described have been provided to you over the years. It's really for your information. In addition, the detailed project highlights that Eric provided in his presentation were for your information as well. The Planning and Transportation Commission is not required to go through each CIP and find the individual CIPs to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, or for the PTC to add really substantial comments on the CIP projects themselves. So it's really the intention of the PTC to find that consistency of the overall CIP with the comprehensive plan. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate the work of the staff in putting this together. It's a lot of work, and having been involved in this for a number of years, I can certainly see a lot of improvements in the process, so thank you very much. I see no inputs, cards from the public, so I'll open this up to comments from members of the commission. Does any members of the commission have any comments or questions that you wish to make? Carl? Carl?
Let's see.
Commissioner King.
Thank you. So this is my first time to go through one of these, and so I'm trying to understand the process, and I'm not sure to whom to address this. Maybe even one of the, well, I'll address the staff, and maybe the other commissioners want to chime in. So the reason that, so last year obviously there was some subcommittee, and the reason that it was deemed not to have a subcommittee was that its work was done, or it wasn't very productive, or a subcommittee including commissioners. Does anybody have an idea? You want to address that one?
Sure. Early, maybe, gosh, about 4 or 5 years ago, staff would typically bring forward the CIP to the Planning and Transportation Commission without a lot of background data, except for maybe the big book itself. And the commission, I believe as a whole, felt there really wasn't a lot of value that the commission was adding to the process of finding consistency of the CIP with the comprehensive plan. And so therefore, kind of out of the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission, there was a subcommittee of the PTC that got together with staff who was putting together the CIP book to try to find ways where we could more closely link the CIP with the comprehensive plan. And through that process, we were able to ask the project managers of each CIP project to provide additional information and resources into their CIP information that would allow staff to more closely link each CIP with the comprehensive plan. And so over the years, we've been able to develop that information, and the project managers have gotten used to more closely linking their individual projects with comprehensive plan goals, policies, and programs, so that really over the last 2 years or so, we've gotten to develop a pretty good system of information that planning staff is then able to analyze and produce the information in the terms of the graphs and the charts that you received as part of your materials today. That got to a level of success last year that this year we felt that there weren't any substantial requests for alterations or additional information for the CIP of this year. So we decided not to convene the subcommittee of the PTC for this year and simply rely upon the information and the process that was developed late last year for this particular process. But over the past few years, again, that help of the subcommittee has really helped inform the process that's in front of you today.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question, you referred to an infrastructure committee, and who is that, and when do they do their work?
Well, that was the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission.
Oh, okay.
So that made, and Commissioner Tanaka was a member of that, as well as Commissioner Michael, and so they had completed their work.
Got it.
But kind of evolving from that commission is we have 2 members of the PTC who typically kind of represent infrastructure type issues and relate directly to staff about questions that the commission may have about infrastructure.
Understood. So currently then the coordination with all city departments and the project managers, they're the ones who actually do the CIP planning at this point?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that my time? Is that?
Yes, unless you have a quick question, or maybe we'll do another round if you have any follow-up, give everybody a chance. Commissioner Olchek, who has just joined us a little while ago, do you wish to have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the general, I feel like the general consensus is that we've maybe failed a little bit in keeping up and maintaining, but I had sort of a different response to this document, which was it sort of made me proud to think that, like, this is how much we're trying to accomplish in a short time period. I like the fact that we essentially, or the staff has sort of continued the same comp plan based analysis that it did develop last year. I thought that was really helpful. And I think that this I think the proposed capital budget, I mean, I would support the finding that the proposed capital budget was supported by the comp plan, and I mean, to a certain extent, I feel a little overwhelmed in any effort to sort of determine any other conclusion. Because the just vast majority of projects that are here, and to what extent and to what degree should they be prioritized differently or such, and to what extent are certain comp plan policies and goals more important than others. And but I think that you did a superb job putting this presentation together and the staff report, and I look forward to sort of hearing what the city council I look forward to hearing from them about just the general direction of the budget. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardias, welcome.
Thank you very much. I have very simple questions of the technical nature rather, and probably would be informational from your perspective only. So these questions are, is there a single measure that was developed by staff to link a master plan with the proposed CIP budget? Is there something that we may look at and then say, well, that this measure reflects master plan? That's the number one. And then the second question is that you talked at the beginning of your presentation about the infrastructure reserve and then certain items that were excluded from the CIP. Is there some information that's provided to the City Council on those items? Have they come into fruition at once as a single item, expenditure item in the future, if they all materialize? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gardias. I'm Brad Eggleston, Assistant Director of Public Works. When you were referencing a master plan used to develop the CIPs, did you perhaps mean the comprehensive plan?
That's correct.
Okay. Yes. A lot of the development of the CIPs has to do with the keep up and catch up needs that were identified by the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission in its work. And so, as Eric described, we used that as a lot of the basis for developing projects. And then as we do that and describe those projects, the project managers also look at the comprehensive plan elements and goals that are supported by them and provide that information into the process. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. I think that for now it's going to answer this. What about the second question did I ask?
Would you mind repeating the question?
Yeah, that was about not inclusion of certain items that were subject of the infrastructure reserve expenditure, potential expenditures in the future years.
Right. So in your packet, attachment F outlines the various projects which were not included and gives more detail on that prioritization slide year by year of projects that may be subject to a master plan, or the projects that were recurring in nature, and we've looked at the historical spending amount. And then towards the very end of that attachment, there's a list of projects. It's maybe on the 5th or 6th page with a heading called IR funding constraints. And these are the projects which were proposed as part of this process, which were not ultimately recommended as part of the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rosenblum, welcome.
Hi, and I also want to echo everyone's remarks about the comprehensiveness of this plan. It is pretty amazing, the detail and diligence that went into it. I have a couple of questions and also an ask. I'll do the ask first, which is, I think for us to comprehend this, you put in some useful tables about the number of citations so we can easily find what priorities and what programs, what goals each of these items referred to. But I think additional context would be useful. So if there are sources for benchmarking other cities of our size, the percentage of capital that goes into various types of projects on an annual basis, on a go-forward basis, that would be useful. The second, I don't find the pie charts particularly revealing. It's more useful to have a time series, and you provide them sometimes and not others. I'd like to know the growth of the individual items. I know that some of these are non-recurring, so it may be difficult to do. But as a comment, what I would find more useful is to understand the relative change in various areas as a result, in particular, of council priorities changing. So what happened as a result of council saying, I'd like to do this? What changed? So that's the ask, and I know some of it may not be possible, so I'd be happy to discuss that and hear your reaction to it. The question has to do with this, which is a huge part of this is infrastructure. So that's where the money is, and so that's my question has to do with how did you benchmark the right amount for infrastructure? And I imagine that each department submitted these are the various improvements we need in water, sewage, electricity, et cetera. And you're particularly linking this to a council priority that you don't want to have delayed, deferred maintenance. So this would imply that this is preemptive maintenance, or this is the gold-plated maintenance. I don't know what the word here would be. But are there different levels of infrastructure investment that one considers for a mid-sized city? And we picked, the premium plan?
Walter Bosson, Budget Director. It really, the level of infrastructure investment depends on the funding source. So when you have a utility fund such as electric fund or a gas fund, what departments in the utilities department will do is, or engineers, they will look at what is the infrastructure investment needed given certain standards and benchmarkings which are best practice in the industry. Based on that, they figure out how much money do we need to set aside, and then if it's sufficient within the budget, it may be with no rate increases to the ratepayers. If it's not, then we may have a rate increase for the ratepayers in certain years. So that's one way how the capital budget is set. When it comes to the general fund, which really is the capital budget for our libraries in general, for maintenance, for our parks, for our roads, et cetera, we now have a different picture. So what we have to deal there with is what we give to capital over here, if it's shift more dollars from the general fund over there, with less dollars in the operating fund. So then it becomes a balancing strategy based on council direction, how we're going to invest those funds. So the council in the past few years, I think about 2 years ago, decided to increase the investment by $2.2 million annually in order to address the catch-up needs, or the keep-up needs, excuse me, in the general fund capital fund, and that really has helped to alleviate those funding constraints. However, future investments and increased investments, then we have to balance out again the various needs across the city and for the residents. Lastly, in order to address the catch-up need, the council is in discussion with staff and has looked at an infrastructure plan which will post money perhaps differently, not necessarily from ongoing revenues, tax revenues, but also potentially issuing debt in order to pay for this infrastructure investments, which are quite large.
And Commissioner Rosenblum, I'll respond to your comments, which I thought were very good. And if you would have asked me 5 years ago if we were able to get to this level of detail that we've presented to you tonight, I'd say it was a long shot. But it actually happened by the hard work of our staff to really go out and seek additional information and then pull that all together and analyze it. So I believe that once we move towards a CIP/infrastructure management system software that I think we've been talking about internally to do, that should give us additional capabilities for additional data collection and then being able to track that change over time, as you suggested. And then once we have enough that data over the years, we'll be able to provide you, I think, with that level of detail to respond to your comments.
Thank you all very much.
Acting Vice Chair Tanaka.
Yeah, so also, thank you for your work on this. I really appreciate it. It's very comprehensive. So you talked about on slide 3, the budget overview, and you talked about how there's been a decrease in the different funds. But I guess, because it's been a while since I looked at this, can you talk a little bit about why there was such a dramatic increase from the 2013 to 2017 plan to the 2014 to 2018 plan? So basically the third and fourth set of bars on the chart. So it's, it looks like the funding went down, but the prior budget, it was dramatically up. And then it's come back down due to some of the things that you mentioned. But I was just wondering, can you refresh our memory why the budget went up again?
I think the increase that you're seeing in 2014, 2018 is reflective of largely two large projects. The first project being the biosolids facility, which you can see in the wastewater treatment fund. We included, as mentioned in the presentation, funding for the full build out of that facility as part of the 2014-2018 budget, which was about $89 million. So you see a big jump from 13-17 to 14-18. The second driver of that increase, I believe, being the golf course project, which was budgeted as part of the 2014-2018 CIP as well. That was an $8 million project.
I see. Okay. And so if you were to take those out and look at the 2013, basically the third set of bars against the fifth set of bars, the last set of bars, and so why is there an increase from those two budgets? So from the 2013 to 2017 budget, then you look at the 2015 to 2019 budget.
There's numerous ups and downs within all of these funds. I think if you look at the total bar line, I think that's reflective of going back to that biosolids facility. We can go back and look at that again, but while we removed the funding for the full build out of that project as part of the 15-19, a portion of the project is still included in the 15-19 plan. So I think that might be one of the big drivers of that growth.
Okay. And then I was looking at the staff report, and so I guess I'm also out of time here, but so I guess can I finish? Sure. Okay. I guess so. This talked a little bit about some of the differences in the budget, like some of the projects that were added, or some of the budgets that were increased. Were these the only projects that were increased, or were there others that perhaps didn't make? Because I'm kind of thinking of this as like the difference between the previous budgets and this budget. Is that correct, or have there been other things added? Because this is a very big book, and I didn't do a line-by-line comparison. So has there been other projects added that aren't on this staff report, or is this pretty much anything new that's been added or increased?
Yeah, the projects called out within the staff report represent the new projects which have been added.
And the new projects, but also the projects that have increased budget?
And the largest projects, or the projects with the largest added investment. So there are some ups and downs within projects not on this list, but we tried to call out the ones with the largest investment within the general fund, or just increased investment.
Okay. Okay, so just to make sure I'm clear, so the projects called out in the staff report are ones which are new projects with large increases.
The projects called out within the staff report represent the new projects, and we also tried to highlight some of the existing projects with increased investments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and I assume there's also projects that fell off the list, right?
That'd be correct, yes.
Okay, and where's that list?
There's not a list within the document that shows projects which were funded in prior year and no longer being funded.
Okay.
There is a list within the report to show projects that may have been funded in the prior year and are not reflected within the CIP because the funding will carry over automatically per the municipal code. But if there was a project programmed in a prior CIP and is no longer programmed within the proposed CIP, there's not currently a listing of those projects.
Okay, because I think everyone's talked about how comprehensive this book is. It's hundreds of pages. I think one thing that would really bring clarity to everyone is like a difference list, right? Like what's been dropped, what's been increased, and have a summary of that would be really helpful, because otherwise you look at these bar graphs and go, why did it go up, why did it go down? It's a little bit tough sometimes.
Acting Vice Chair Tanaka, that is with the new budget system, which we hope to implement in fall. That's indeed the intent of the staff, that we provide a much more comprehensive book, which means more pages for you to review, but indeed to show those projects which were closed, those projects which are intended in future year fundings, et cetera. The challenge, unfortunately, with the current system, we can't do this for you yet, but I do recognize your desire, and this is ours as well, to be more comprehensive with all the projects we're currently funding and which we have in the pipeline of currently doing on the streets.
Okay. I think my time's up. Thank you.
Okay. A couple of issues. Firstly, I don't want an answer to this, but I'll just point out that the difference on chart 3 between the 2014 and 2018 and 2015 and 2019 are, I'm assuming you're deleting things that were in 2010, 2014 that dropped off. You're adding new things from 2015 to 2019 that are new, and you're subtracting those things that decreased from 2015 to 2019, because I'm assuming that at the height of the Depression in 2010 to 2014, there would be relatively few projects. So the drop-off is explained by that deferral. Anyway, of the biosolids facility and the golf course, which is what caused the blip in the first place. So people may have heard in the news the idea that Antarctica is been announced to be irrevocably ungrounded. In other words, it's going to completely, the glaciers are going to melt, causing sea level rise that is more dramatic than they had previously expected. And I understand that a lot of money is being spent on the regional water quality control plan to upgrade it. And that may be impacted by sea level rise. And also the Municipal Services Center may be impacted by sea level rise, as well as over 2,000 parcels in Palo Alto may be affected by sea level rise. Mountain View did a shoreline study that was released in 2012, and I'm wondering whether it is time for Palo Alto to do a shoreline study that can lead to increased investments in improving the infrastructure for preventing tidal flooding for the regional water quality control plant that we're spending money on, as well as reduce the tidal flood risk for the Municipal Service Center and the other parts of Palo Alto. Can you comment on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller. Yes, we have been in dialogue with Mountain View about the study they've done. To date, Palo Alto has been relying on the Santa Clara Valley Water District's program, the South San Francisco Bay shoreline study that they're doing, which has mostly been focusing on Alviso, but is shifting its focus northward to the rest of the county. That process, however, is reliant on the Corps of Engineers process, which is kind of a very long process. So something else that's been happening in our area recently is that the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority has grant funding to do both the feasibility study and design of levee improvements from San Francisco Creek to the Redwood City boundary. And we've been in discussions with them about the potential of Palo Alto adding funding to their study, which would address a feasibility study for potential improvements in Palo Alto. So they have awarded a contract. We're still in discussions with them about the possibility of adding Palo Alto to that work, and that may be something that comes to fruition.
Thank you. Would that require a CIP for that contract?
Yes, it would.
So I will suggest that we suggest to the council that they add a CIP item for such a study. And then I'll add other comments in another go-round. I believe, Commissioner King, you had some more questions.
first question is regarding the biosolids facility. So that was because of the recent changes in the sort of the plan out there. That was moved out past this horizon. Is that where that funding, why it was removed?
Essentially, yes. I can't speak to all the details of that, but in the prior year's CIP, construction funding was shown for construction of anaerobic digesters, which was very expensive. And now, I believe just on Monday night, the City Council approved a more phased process where they would look at first constructing a biosolids transfer facility, and there'd be a separate RFP process looking forward to designing and constructing anaerobic digesters.
Got it. Thank you. So that already has made it into this plan, the recent discussion with
yes,
the council?
the most recent plan that was approved by the council.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. And then just sort of, it would be helpful, I think, the phrases catch up, keep up, and new are used. And I'm sure they're referenced in the original final report, but it would be helpful I think for residents if they were trying to clue in if those were defined somewhere in the report. And I assume that some of these new, if I look at new, there are some, in the new category, there are some irrigation systems for the gardens, civic center waterproofing, that those actually would then really fall into keep up or catch up. Is that accurate?
Yes and no. It becomes a little confusing because the context that we're using new here, since we're trying to rely on the materials that IBRIC developed for developing this plan largely, if there was something that would be considered keep up but wasn't factored into the materials and spreadsheets that IBRIC put together, we're calling it new here. In the future, as we refine those materials, complete our infrastructure management system, and do more planning for the future, we would probably call that keep up. But at this point, we're using those spreadsheets to guide us in our efforts. And if there's something that comes up that's really maintenance or keep up type work, but it wasn't included in the spreadsheets that we're using, we're calling it new.
I understand. So that would be helpful if the report referenced that so that a citizen just picking this up new would understand. And then lastly, sort of in the big picture, and I echo Commissioner Alczyk's comments that it's sort of hard to say either on a general level or a line item level, oh, this fits the comp plan, because how do you determine what fit, how do you define fit? And so in general, I think we're just, to me, it's just agreeing that there's no horrible lack of consistency with the general plan or the comp plan. And so I guess my question would be, from staff standpoint, is this exercise of tying the CIP to the comp plan a useful exercise, and is it what the council intended? I mean, I guess specifically I'm wondering, okay, does this drive better decision making? The fact that we're tying this in, well then the next year we say, oh, well, no, we're going to make different decisions because of what of the findings we're coming up with on this matrix of, this met, so many comp plan bullet points. So that's my big question.
Yes, well, the simple reason about why we're here tonight is that we're required to do so via the municipal code. And so the municipal code outlines the Commission's charge with finding consistency with the comprehensive plan. It is not very helpful in telling us how to do that. And so with the help of the Commission over the years, we've been trying to find ways to add value. And I think it's going to be an ongoing process to really make this process as useful and as helpful to city staff as possible. So I think that we would certainly welcome your comments for improvements over the future, and maybe it will be a good opportunity next year to reconvene a subcommittee of the infrastructure committee to talk about further improvements to the CAP and the PTC review process. So the simple answer is we have to do it per the municipal code, but that doesn't mean that we can't find ways to improve it into the future.
Thank you. I guess the crux of the question for me is, should we change the municipal code? I mean, I realize this is your opinion, or is this a fruitful exercise as required by the municipal code?
Yes, Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. So this is a very standard requirement in many local codes and under state law. It's standard for the Planning Commission to review capital improvement projects to ensure consistency with, the general plan or the comprehensive plan. The particular amendment in the municipal code that requires Palo Alto's Planning Commission to do this consistency finding every year, I believe was a voter enacted code, so the council can't change it. The voters have to change it. And, I think that, and especially through the recent work that the Planning Commission has done, it's certainly at a staff level is a fruitful process. It requires that before every CIP project gets placed onto the city's priority list, that we do due diligence to ensure that it is consistent with the overall general goals of the city that have been articulated, in the comprehensive plan. And so it really is a critical, I think, role of this committee, and it's been helpful for the staff as well.
Commissioner King, if I may, for a moment. Since I've been here for a long time, I can give you some history. First of all, we expect that the CIP will be consistent with the comp plan. But there may be cases in which there may be specific projects that were not consistent with the comp plan, or there may be projects such as the shoreline study that are sorely needed based on facts on the ground that would improve consistency with the comp plan. In particular, this body has, in the past, initiated the CIP for the study of the pedestrian and bike bridge over 101 in South Palo Alto. And that was one that was recognized because other cities were getting bridges and we weren't, and we initiated that process. And as a result of the PTCs pushing that along and the council adopting it, we're now several $1 million towards that project, because when you do a study, you can then raise money for it, and before you do a study, you can't. The second thing is that at one point in time, there was a CIP for putting composting in the Baylands before Measure E, and the PTC voted that that was not consistent with the Baylands master plan as it was defined then, and therefore a more thoughtful study was done in terms of moving that forward, and we're seeing the results of that in terms of the biosolids and in terms of the potential for composting on the part of the Measure E land. So I think that process was where it was pointed out that there's a problem there, and I think that was important job of the PTC. And sort of think about having a cop on the beat. Because the cop doesn't find somebody doing something illegal doesn't mean that cop isn't useful.
Thank you for the history and examples. And thank you, Stephen, also, and Cara. Thanks.
Commissioner Gardius, did you have anything you want to add? Commissioner Rosenblum.
Actually, I found my answer.
Thank you. Commissioner Tanaka.
So just to continue on where I was last, which is, we have a very comprehensive piece of work here. I think the vast majority of it is compliant with the comp plan. And really, I think every year when you look at it, most of it's good, right? I don't think there's a lot of it that's bad. I mean, we've all thought about it pretty hard. But I think to make this process more efficient, one recommendation would be to actually have those differences. So, because really what we're talking about every year is what's been added, what's been removed, and did we get the priorities right? And the issue, I think, especially since we have 2 new commissioners on board here, is we get this mammoth book. There's a ton of detail. And and then we see, okay, there's been $2 million added to transportation and parking. It's probably good, probably for good reasons, but it's not, because unless you literally look at last year's book and you look at this year's book and you go page by page by page, how the heck are you supposed to know like what went up, what went down, and do we get the priorities right? So I think that would be a really nice cheat sheet for everyone, because in order for us, because I think, like I said, I think the vast majority of it is probably absolutely dead on, but it's the differences every year that matter. And the problem is that it's hard to find those differences. It's really, really hard. Even if for someone that's looked at it for a while, it's hard to know the differences. But with that said, I'll still make a motion that I think we should move forward on this thing. My recommendation, my motion is that we find the CIP consistent with the comp plan, and we should forward the finding to the Finance Committee and City Council, but with one amendment, or one recommendation here, which is we give City Council the benefit of a difference, like what's been different, so that they don't have to kind of ponder this big book by themselves.
Commissioner Tanaka, do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. I have a few comments. I hadn't had a chance to make a second round, and then I'll offer an amendment. So firstly, with respect to the golf course, I understand that is in litigation now. So I'm wondering, is it realistic that we'll expect the golf course to happen starting in the summer?
Well, we hope that it's realistic. It's not in litigation. What is going on is that we've taken the project out to bid. We have bids. We're actually ready to award a construction contract, but we haven't received our regulatory permits, and the primary thing holding us up has been the 401 water quality certification that we need from the Regional Water Board. And the issue there has been a concern about piecemealing between the JPA's flood control project and the golf course project, and how the border between the two projects came to be. So we've been working very closely with the Regional Water Board to try to resolve these issues. We think we're quite close to being able to get the regulatory permits to proceed with the golf course project.
Thank you. I thought that there was potential litigation with the Regional Water Board, so maybe I misspoke on that. Thank you. With respect to the Newell Bridge, I noticed that that's one of the projects on there. It indicates that there's PTC review of the Newell Bridge. I don't recall that having gone before the Commission. Is there a plan for when that would go before the Commission? Is that something that
I'm not certain when it's planned to go before the Commission. Where we're at right now is just about to start the environmental impact report process for the project.
Okay.
So at some point during that process, over the course of the next year, is when it would come to the Commission.
Is there anything you want to add, Chief Transportation Official Jaime Rodriguez? He's nodding no. Thank you. The City Council has indicated support for alternative fuel vehicles. To what extent are we considering alternative fuel vehicles for the municipal fleet, in particular electric vehicles? And I understand there's a natural gas fueling facility there.
There is a natural gas fueling station. I'm sorry, Commissioner Keller, I don't have the answer in front of me about what we're doing currently for alternative fueled vehicles.
Okay, that would be helpful in the next go-around, and you may be asked, particularly since an ordinance just went through Policy and Services last night regarding requiring electric fuel vehicle infrastructure. Now I will offer an amendment to the motion on the floor, and the amendment is to add to the CIP a study of the tidal flood risk, potentially in conjunction with the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority.
I accept that.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other? I'll add one more comment, and that is, I understand that you will, by September, have migrated to the new capital project system. Is that the idea?
Thank you for the comment, Acting Chair Keller. Our goal is to implement the system by October. Then one actually has to figure out how does implementation work, how you take the old structure into the new structure to make it functional. And once the system is functional and all the data is there, then the next step would be obviously how can we redesign the budget document with information and what information can we extract from there, which then makes it much more easier for the public as well as for the Commission, the Council, to review the CIP for the next fiscal year.
Thank you. So as we go through the CIP process next year, because of the capabilities that the new system will afford us, it may make sense to have the Planning Commission subcommittee working with staff to try to figure out ways that we can improve the presentation, taking into account the suggestions that have been made by Commissioner Tanaka and Commissioner Rosenblum.
I think that's a wonderful idea, Acting Chair. I think what we'd like to do is for staff first to figure out what the capabilities are. Once we understand it's better, perhaps come with a plan to you and then get feedback from a subcommittee regarding our next steps.
Great. Well, I guess that will be up to the chair of the Planning Commission at that time.
And if I may, I do have to look at quick alternative fuel vehicles. It's in the operating budget. So the goal at the current time of 25% of all light-duty passenger vehicles are alternative fuel vehicles, so it could be electric, natural gas, etc. And this initiative, which Public Works does have, is to continue replacing older, less fuel-efficient vehicles with newer, more efficient equipment to continue to reduce fuel consumption and carbon footprint. So it's definitely on staff's radar to continue this effort, which we've done during the last fiscal years.
Great. Can you give me the CIP number?
It's actually an operating budget, and I will be happy to send you those sections and point you to the website.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Are there any more comments questions from members of the Commission? Commissioner King.
Yes, I do have a question for staff. As the motion reads now, I believe it's directing you to present council with the changes from last year to this year. And so I guess my question is, do you have the capability with the existing system to do that? And if you do, please advise us to the workload that would require.
Sure. In order to make this happen, Commissioner King, we would have to do a lot of manual work on spreadsheets, and if the Commission would be kind enough to allow us to tackle on this work effort once we have a system in place, I would really appreciate that. So therefore, in other words, it will be very difficult to do this type of work at this time.
Thank you. I'll leave that to Commissioner Tanaka to discuss whether he wants to leave that in the motion.
Commissioner Tanaka?
So I understand it's a lot of work, but we're talking about a lot of money here. And I think, I don't know how we as a body could say, no problem, right? And not know what changed and why it changed. I think it doesn't have to be fancy. It could be a very quick summary. But I think without that, how do we expect a council, which is even busier than us, to figure out if this thing is on target or not? If we have a hard time, and we're supposed to have more time to do this kind of stuff. So I think it would not be right for us to ignore this and just to throw a big book at them and tell them good luck. So I think we should do it.
Can I make a friendly amendment, if I may? I'm going to suggest that at the end of your request for changes to the previous CIP, that we add the words to the extent feasible within time constraints. Is that accepted?
Yeah, I think, so work could be unlimited, so I think it does make sense to be time-bound, where there's an X amount of time spent on it. And so I'm fine with that.
Thank you. And I accept that as well. So hopefully that will allow staff to deal with it based on the available time constraint. Does that satisfy your constraint?
I appreciate for the friendly amendment. And I just want to mention, too, that as we're going through the Finance Committee hearings at this time, which happens this month, we started yesterday, we are highlighting the major changes to the capital projects for the Finance Committee as part of the review of the operating the capital budget.
Thank you. I believe that Commissioner Rosenblum has a comment.
Yeah, and given this is my first meeting, I apologize if this isn't the right procedure for this. I think a delta analysis is a great idea, but with all due respect, I honestly was thinking about the source of costs here, which is overwhelmingly utilities. And if you showed me a delta that now we're spending $5 million more on water, but $2 million less on gas improvements and $6 million, I'd be equally hard-pressed to say this is a wise increase in this versus that. And so to go back to my first comment, and again, procedurally, I don't know how this happens because I think it's asking for future iterations, to put context on it around what does a city normally pay per resident in infrastructure improvements of this sort? How has that grown over time? And what were the choices? Meaning, in the water system, if we didn't do this year, we'd have a bigger bill next year. What were the choices that we were confronted with that would help us be able to say this is a wise, preemptive maintenance of this system for this amount? I do think it's a really wise thing to do a delta analysis. I think that's always useful. But I am cognizant of the fact that I'm also not an expert in what a water treatment facility should cost, and deltas there may not be useful to all commissioners. So my ask again for the future is to put context around the numbers, both in terms of other cities, if possible, and second, what were the choices presented to the staff?
Thank you. Any other comments? So with that, I'll, yes, Commissioner King?
I'd like to ask staff then, again, so we've increased wiggle room on this. Are you comfortable with the motion as generally described now?
Yes, we are. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion carries unanimously with Chair Michael absent. So that closes the public hearing for the item 1 on the agenda. Are there people here for the bike and pedestrian plan update? No, not yet. So, Jaime's here. We're all here for that. So why don't we take a 15-minute break, and then we'll reconvene at 6:30.
brand new She's here on KZSU Stanford. No, actually, they are the She's. The She's are a local band. They're a group of girls who were childhood friends and lived in San Francisco and formed a band. I think they're probably not much more than 18 or so, I imagine. This is a brand new CD. It's called Dreamers. It's self-released. Something tells me they're on their way up, though, because I saw them in the BART station featured on a Converse ad, plastered all over. It's like, whoa, what a trip. The She's. So I'm your imaginary friend. This is Brownie in Motion until 9 p.m. here on KZSU Stanford. I thought I'd barge in and let you know what I've been playing. Warpaint prior to the She's. Love is to Die from their new self-titled CD out on Rough Trade Records. Cherry Glazer with the track Sweaty Faces from a new thing they have out on Burger Records called Haxel Princess. La Luce with the track You Can Never Know from their new CD It's Alive out on Hardly Art. September Girls, my new fave, with something off their new CD Cursing the Sea, the track called Left Behind. That's out on Fortuna Pop Records. And started it all off a mere 22 minutes ago with Taco Cat with Crimson Wave, also out on Hardly Arts, their new CD called NVM. Yeah, all brand new music here. That's how it mostly always is here with me, your imaginary friend on Brownie in Motion. Tonight is no exception. Got a pile of brand new stuff I'm going to play for you, and I hope you dig it. Whatever. All this estrogen-fueled girl rock, we have a slug of it in our new rotation. It's really easy to put together a set of this. I'm going to continue on with that here in a minute after I take care of this business. I got to read you this. SUA International is a nonprofit organization with charitable projects in the U.S., India, and other countries worldwide. SUA's focus is on helping in the event of natural disasters and also providing support for refugee welfare, education, and healthcare, as well as promoting volunteerism. For more information, or if you'd like to donate, visit suausa.org. Yeah, like I said, that's the She's there in the background right now from their new CD, Dreamers. Phone number down here, as always, is 650-723-9010. I will be giving away tickets in my next mic breaks. Usually I only do one mic break per hour, so if you have questions about what I'm playing, it's always best to phone me up and ask me. Or you can go to our website. The music section is zookeeper.stanford.edu. It's an awesome, awesome website, and there you can find all of our DJs' playlists by DJ name or by the time of day. So you can find out what track you heard. You can also find CD reviews. We do reviews that are actually useful reviews. They're not like things you'd find on certain websites that I won't mention by name, Pitchfork, that are basically kind of useless. It's like you read the whole thing. You sit there for like 5 minutes reading a tome on the music, and you're left going, what does a band sound like? I mean, are they garage or what? That's not the kind of reviews you'll find on our website. Zookeeper.stanford.edu. We're short, to the point, tell you what you're listening to, what you're going to hear. That's a good website. All right, so I'll shut up now. So let's see. What do I got queued up next? I got something brand new by Pins. Yep, Pins. They have a new CD called Girls Like Us. It's out on Bella Union, and I'm going to play the title track. I think it's track number 2. Enjoy.
couldn't if you wanted to. You lust because you must. It's all good for girls like us. I think I've gone mad, but it was fun. I think I've gone mad, but it was fun. I think I've gone mad, but it was fun. I think I've gone mad, but it was fun.
Okay, let's reconvene the meeting. We have item number 2, the bike study session. So I'll open the hearing on the second item. Do we have any cards from anybody in the public, by the way? I guess not. So let's proceed with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chair Keller. Before I begin, let me also start by welcoming the new commissioners. My name is Jaime Rodriguez. I'm the Chief Transportation Official for the City of Palo Alto. Tonight's meeting, or this specific item, is focused on an update of the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, but I look forward to potentially meeting with you one-on-one as the new commissioners to give you a little bit more of an in-depth update, as tonight you're going to receive just a little more of a cursory review regarding the existing activities. But there's, again, been a lot of planning efforts that went into the development of the bike and ped plan. And as we begin moving forward on our projects and hear more presentations, it would be good to have that extra perspective of the historical lead up to tonight. So with that, I'll jump back into the presentation. As a very quick background for you, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plan was last updated, or officially adopted in July of 2012. Our previous bicycle plan before that was updated in 2003. And that when I joined the city in 2009, I always heard the same thing from the community and from our bicycle advisory committee. We have a wonderful plan. You know, why are we updating it? And well, one of the reasons why is because the city didn't do anything with the old plan in 2003. Not much really took place. And I think, as you see tonight, tonight's quite the opposite of that. Ever since the adoption of the plan, we've been aggressively planning and trying to fund its implementation. And I think tonight you're going to see a very exciting update from the progress from when the plan was last adopted. The development of that plan took approximately 2 years, from about 2010 through 2012, and that included a pretty extensive community outreach process, several community meetings, and a pretty extensive outreach forum through SurveyMonkey to allow people to participate online to give us their feedback. And I think that we, with the community, developed a pretty comprehensive plan that developed a very significant network to help the community have a choice to do something other than drive around to work, drive around to shop, and drive around to enjoy themselves. And the way that we developed the plan is we broke it out through a series of recommended types of projects. One of the big things to remember is that even though we're talking a lot about the bicycle plan, this really is a bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. And as we develop each one of these projects, that's a very consistent theme that we hear at all of our community meetings, is that a lot of people in the community, specifically younger parents that have just moved to this community that are here for the schools, are here because they're here for schools and they want their children to be safe on their way to school. So when I talk to the community about the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, I say that really implements a lot of our Safe Routes to School program recommendations, and the Safe Routes to School program really pushes the need for the implementation of the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. So when we talk about the types of projects that you'll get a little more update on shortly, the plan highlights probably the more expensive projects, which we call across barrier connections. Those are new types of facilities over a barrier like a creek, over a freeway, and one of the projects we'll be talking about a little later on tonight is the Adobe Creek Highway 101 Bridge. The program, I should say, also highlights recommendations for new trails and networks. Those are typically things that are kind of off the roadway or away from the roadway in buffered space, for bikes and pedestrians. But really, what I would say the jewel of the bicycle plan is the implementation of the bicycle boulevard network, and that's what the majority of the presentation will be focused on tonight, along with our enhanced bikeway type program, which is something that's innovative, specific to Palo Alto. Other recommendations in the plan include very specific intersection-focused improvements, as well as very significant recommendations for programmatic education outreach, integration within the capital improvement plan with the street resurfacing program, through the CIP, which you just heard a discussion on tonight, and again, supporting those safe bicycle activities for the community. This here is the proposed bicycle network within the bike plan, and you can see that it creates a pretty extensive grid around the city. It builds upon and adds a lot of east-west routes that really lacked in the previous plan. And it builds upon additional northwest to create pretty easy grids for people to bike or walk in within the community, as well as provides connections between the Baylands and the Arastradero foothills. What you see here in orange are more of the across barrier connections, as well as the trail projects that are being under planning activities right now. And what you see here in blue is the level of bicycle boulevard and enhanced bikeway projects in the city. And you can see that we
made sure that as we were implementing the program, that we were implementing programs in all parts of Palo Alto. So this really begins to build on that pretty successful grid network that we already have here in Palo Alto, and that allows us to create a really safe, comfortable bicycling environment for the community. Some of the active projects include the implementation of the Stanford Palo Alto Trail Program. I think a couple of the commissioners here were here when we proposed this concept to the City Council in a partnership with Stanford University. Stanford is building a perimeter of trail projects along Junipero Serra, Stanford Avenue, and El Camino Real that kind of book frame the south and east parts of their campus. And we're connecting to that through improvements through the Stanford Avenue Bicycle Boulevard, improvements to the Park Boulevard, Bicycle Boulevard, and are going to be starting a feasibility study for the Matadero Creek Trail later this spring, as well as the Dover Creek Bridge that we just talked about. The enhanced bikeway projects we've started over the last year have been the Channing Avenue enhanced bikeway that really starts from Gwenda and continues across Duveneck, ending kind of out towards the West Bayshore area. And we have concepts for improvements along Fabian Way in South Palo Alto, which you'll see shortly. And we are also finally moving forward with the final design phase of the Charleston and Raspadero Road corridor. On the Bicycle Boulevard side, you participated in the approval concepts for the Matadero Margarita Bicycle Boulevard, which will be implemented this summer. And we have had a pretty extensive outreach process with the Barron Park neighborhood for the implementation of the Maybell Avenue Bicycle Boulevard. And that's a project you'll see likely sometime towards the end of June for a policy consideration to get to council this summer. Other projects that we're looking at include an update of the Bryant Street Bicycle Boulevard through downtown to Meadow, and then an extension of the Bicycle Boulevard on Bryant from Meadow down to South Palo Alto into Mountain View. Similar projects on Homer Channing, Park Boulevard, Stanford, and Wilkie. One of the things that's really exciting for us is that a lot of these projects we're not funding ourselves. That's usually a lot of cities have a challenge in trying to find funds to plan and design these projects. We tried to take a different perspective this time in implementing this plan. We actually looked to our private sector partners to see if there was interest to help us fund projects using outside sources from the city. And Google, to their credit, really stepped up to the plate and recognized the benefits that bicycling offered to their employees, that it fit within the culture that they support within their environment in their campus. And they came to us and said, we want to help you guys expand your network so that it will connect to the facilities that they have that border Palo Alto on this, our south and Mountain View's north. So Mountain View is funding projects in South Palo Alto to do bike route improvements along San Antonio Road and San Antonio Avenue, which will provide connections from Highway 101 all the way to Alma Street to the San Antonio Caltrain station. And they're also looking to introduce a brand new type of bicycle facility on Alma Street, where today it's really not a very comfortable experience to walk or much less bike on. And we typically tell people, why would you bike on Alma? You have Park or you have Bryant Street a block or two away on either side. But Google wants to help us create a comfortable environment for people to walk and bike along Alma Street. We're also going to be looking at improvements to connect to the along the Coverly Street campus, our Coverly Community Center campus, and then also extend the bike lanes that currently end on Middlefield in front of the Coverly Center and extend those all the way down into Mountain View, as well as connect the Coverly Center to Charleston via the Montrose Bicycle Boulevard. So when we are implementing projects, there's basically 4 phases of project development. A lot of our work is really focused around the planning phase, and that's where we are on almost all the projects. In the staff report that you received, we kind of gave you an update as to where we were in each project, whether we were in planning or environmental or design. And in the planning phase, the number one thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to build consensus within the community before we come to you for consideration of policy input to get to the city council. We work with the community to try and identify what are the basic types of improvements that you want to see within your community. And that level of comfort level will vary from within community to within community of Palo Alto. And that's okay. We don't want to push a certain type of project within any one environment, but we want to give people those opportunities and choices to let them know that what we could do, that the Bicycle Boulevard projects aren't just about creating a bike lane or a bike route on the street, that they're about creating opportunities for creating more comfortable environments, to introduce opportunities to do elements such as placemaking, introduce opportunities to do community identity markers within an environment, and to really make those celebrated elements versus things that people might have to be concerned about. A lot of our focus right now is focused on community outreach. All through the month of May, we've been holding bicycle rides that we've been advertising in the paper, and we're actually inviting people in the community to actually bike with us and our consultants every route that we're going to be designing over the next year. And those routes have been successful, in my opinion, very successful. We've had up to 25 to 30 riders at times. And we ride each bicycle route. We stop every about 5-10 minutes and we ask people to give us their perspective on the route that they just rode. And we stop at key intersection improvements to hear their input. And all that input is going to be presented at future community meetings before we begin the design process. This is really important for us because we want to really early on begin to feel out what level of improvement people may be comfortable with for projects. You just saw the CIP, and within the CIP for next year, we're recommending $1.2 million really over the next 4 or 5 years to implement the program. But each project will vary in its cost depending on the level of improvements that the community wishes to see within their community. And so it's really important for us to figure out how much money we need on the CIP and how much money we need to try and go after for grants. One of the things that I'm really proud of for the bicycle program is that we've brought in about $18 million worth of grants just under the last 4 years. That's a pretty significant amount of money compared to almost any other city within the Bay Area. And it's why the program is as active as it is today. After we get past that planning phase, or sometimes in parallel, we begin that environmental process. For bicycle projects, if it's just a simple bicycle boulevard where we're just adding signage and adding things like greenback sharrows, we're not really doing anything very significant, and so we don't expect a lot of environmental impacts. But again, we want to remove barriers as part of projects. So we'll at times do things like remove stop signs on a bicycle boulevard and introduce other controls for traffic calming. Those have traffic impacts. We want to study those environmental impacts, discuss them with the community, and make sure that we have that involvement or that discussion back and forth with the community to make sure people are aware of what the impacts and benefits might be. And after that, we basically do exactly what we did with you about 2 months ago. We come to you with that approval of a plan line concept, identify some of the preliminary environmental impacts, and we begin ultimately design and implementation. That's exactly where we are with the Matadero Bicycle Boulevard. So here's a concept of what a plan line study actually is. Again, you've seen some of this several times within the community for other projects. This happens to be a concept plan line for Fabian Way between East Meadow Drive and Charleston Road. I'm not sure if you're familiar there. It's in front of the L'Oreal Space Systems area. And that's currently today a 4-lane roadway with narrower bike lanes and parking on both sides of the street. The concept here proposes to reduce that down to 3 lanes and putting in a center 2-way left turn lane to support all the driveways for the industrial uses in that area, and really widen the bike lanes. You see that we enhance all of the mid-block crosswalks that exist between L'Oreal Space that support a lot of their cafeteria and other kind of business activities that L'Oreal was very supportive of. We're also doing a lot of things like introducing new green bike lane concepts and adding in longer left turn pockets to support the vehicular volumes that are there, because again, we're not just trying to create safer environments for bicyclists and pedestrians, we actually want to maximize the efficiency of the roadway for all modes. That includes vehicle and transit. And so you see here down at Charleston at the top, we're adding in green bike lanes and adding in additional left turn storage for vehicles that are trying to get back out towards San Antonio. And then if you look at the Charleston road improvements, we're looking at improvements between Charleston, my mouse is a little tricky, this is Charleston, from Fabian to San Antonio Road, and we're actually currently working right now with the city of Mountain View to extend the bike lanes that we would end at San Antonio and extend them all the way towards the Costco. I think it's Highway 101. So that's what we do through this plan line concept, and we work with the community during our meetings to have them give us their input, their areas of concern, and we refine the design several times. This specific concept here went through about 4 different iterations. There are times that we implement things significantly quickly, and this happens to be an improvement that we recommended for West Meadow Drive between El Camino and Wilkie as a result of the Maybell Bicycle Boulevard design process that we're going through now. We heard very clearly from people at all of our community meetings that they were concerned about this specific intersection, that they felt that when their students were riding through that, they felt uncomfortable making left turns, going from West Meadow kind of out towards Maybell. And so we came up with this concept to improve it, and we didn't wait for approval. If there's things that make sense to do right away, we want to take advantage and get momentum moving within the community. And so we established a partnership with a company from the East Coast called iTherm, and this installation went in today. This is the first installation of this iTherm product along the entire West Coast. We're a demonstration for the company. We feel that it's going to hopefully be a very cost-effective type of product for us when we're looking at green lane treatments. And this installation is about halfway done. It'll be done tomorrow. And this product includes putting down a 2-part epoxy in the bike lane area, and then spreading it with green chips, and then pressing them down into the epoxy and letting it dry. And the result today was absolutely amazing for the bike lane that went in the westbound approach of the north side of the street. And it'll be fully done tomorrow. And all the kids that were riding back at the end of the day were saying, hey, that looks great. Can't wait to ride on it tomorrow. And that's the kind of excitement that we want to generate within the community for these projects. So again, overall, we have about $25 million in active projects. $10 million of that alone comes from the Stanford Palo Alto Trail Program grant. That's part of that really significant grant amount money that we referenced earlier. We have about $9.5 million dedicated to CIP for the building, design, and construction of the Adobe Creek Highway 101 bridge that you'll be hearing more about in the coming months. And the current Bicycle Boulevard program that we just kind of recapped has about $2.5 million worth of design and planning efforts currently in play. And we have construction funding set aside for the Charleston to Rashford Railroad corridor and the sum of about $1.5 million, and about another $1 million worth of active projects through the resurfacing program. So at this point, that'll conclude my update. But what I did want to do to take advantage of the time that I have the mic is I wanted to also highlight for you some of the other mechanisms that we're having play now to try and get people to participate and give us their feedback. So, let me see here. There we go. We just launched a brand new webpage for the bike program. It's cityofpaloalto.org/bike. And on that link, on that link, we have a brand new interactive GIS-based tool that allows a resident to log online, and it highlights all of the projects that are active within the community today. And then a resident can go over to a predefined list of project types and drop a pin. Well, it's not working for me here. There we go. Well, my demo failed. If you're at home with a more modern PC, you can actually take one of these pins and drop it onto the map, and it'll have some predefined comments like, I think that this street's a little uncomfortable because cars travel too fast, or there's just hazards in the road that need to be repaired. And even though we have about 4 or 5 different consultants working on these projects, we wanted a very seamless, interactive tool to the community. We didn't want the community to know that we're working with 5 different consultants. So we worked with one firm to develop an interactive online tool, and that consultant takes all that feedback and distributes it back to the other consultants, so it's a seamless process for the community. And so far, we've had a lot of positive response from the community on this tool, and so it may be something we end up keeping online just in general long term, and always get that feedback directly so we can improve the network for the community. And with that, that ends my presentation. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Well, are there any members of the public who wish to speak? I don't see anybody rushing up to provide a card. I'd have to say that you speak even faster than I do. Who wants to kick us off? Commissioner Rosenblum.
Hi, thank you. I'm a bicycle commuter. Now I'm a bike and Caltrain commuter, but also commuted all through Palo Alto for when I was working at Google, so I'm very familiar with some of these connection problems. A couple things. So first, a couple of questions, and I'll stack them. So first, what is the main measurement that you're using for progress? So in terms of implementing the plan, and I imagine it's the number of projects completed, but is it miles, or is a measure of goodness some other measure around what percentage of people can safely get from point A to point B and their intensity? And it's a bit of a loaded question. I just saw some interesting metrics that take a little bit of time to get your head around, but I think are very specific to cycling, which means people need to get safely from point A to point B. It's not enough to say a number of miles. So I'd love to hear your thinking in terms of measuring the goodness of the bicycle transit network. And my second question, is the soft aspects beyond just building infrastructure. And there are two soft aspects that really interest me. The first is it increases cycling safety, and you get in this virtuous cycle when you have more people cycling. And so the more people that are cycling, the safer it is for any individual cyclist, and more people want to cycle. And so I'm interested, as part of this program, what measures are there to encourage people to bike beyond just building more networks. So for example, I bike through Palo High, and there's a lot of students with cars. Just like anyone else, they could also cash out their parking space and ride a bike. That would create, hundreds of people that are riding a bike. There's big employers like Stanford Hospital, like others that have programs that can encourage people to bike. And again, the more bicyclists on the road, the safer it gets. And the second soft measure just is when I started cycling around, it was somewhat confusing because of signage. It took me a long time to find the bike bridge at St. Francis. It took me a ton of time to find the bike underpass that got me into the Baylands. We have these amazing cycling resources, but we sometimes hide them. And so the second soft request is around signage, making sure that it's really easy to find these things and connect from point A to point B. So the two parts are the measurement question, which is a question, and second request around planning, or where I could see the planning on the soft side. So encouraging more cyclists and making sure people can find the routes.
Thank you, Commissioner Rosenblum. Definitely a loaded question. So if I don't answer it all, please, remind me. When it comes to kind of the metrics, the plan itself has a lot of different goals in it. Goals around just overall bicycle lane use around the community for commuting purposes. There's goals just in general to implement a certain number of bicycle boulevard mileage, in general, or bicycle lane mileage. At the end of the day, the real measure, the metric's going to be, it's going to come down to usage. And so that's something that we've really traditionally struggled with as a city. And to this commission's credit, that's something that the commission really challenged us on late last year when we were looking at the trying to get approval for the Matador Margarita Bicycle Boulevard. We really didn't have good measures about what bicycle usage was. We had a network that was very robust that we wanted to build out, and each project on its own is great, but it's not as good as the total of the entire network itself. And so we've always pushed the concept that it's not about one project, it's about the networking and giving that opportunity to people. But we just didn't really have good data because it's very difficult for us to capture the volume of bicycle and pedestrian traffic that occurs. So the commission asked us to try and find ways to do that, and we did. Listen to the commission. All of our bicycle boulevard projects now have a two-part data collection process to them to establish baseline measures for what level of activity currently takes place. We do traditional roadway tubes to measure vehicle speed and volume. That's very important data when we're talking about certain types of traffic calming measures, because if the speeds are high, we want to make sure that they're reduced down to create a safe walking and biking environment. And then we also capture the volume of activity that occurs on the bicycle and pedestrian side using kind of newer camera-based type improvements. That's something you probably all read about in the paper just recently. So I did want to take advantage of the opportunity to kind of show people like what are we doing when we're using these video cameras. And the image that's shown here on the bottom right is an image from a camera that's installed out on Stanford Avenue near Ash Street. We really focus these cameras down from sidewalk to sidewalk, and a consultant off-site use that data at a high-speed rate frame and just counts bikes and peds. They don't count the cars. We let the tube counters do that for us, and then they give us that raw data back, and that produces the type of data format that you see here before you. So that's going to be the long-term measure to answer your question, Commissioner Bloom, because as we begin to implement the projects, we can now see what the growth is. And the other things that we do within the city is that you don't hear about here. It's more the Safe Routes to School program. The things that happen at the school level is we want to create change at a young age, and we want to encourage students to bike. So our Safe Routes to School program includes outreach activities that start as low as third grade, and we're introducing high school education elements, and that's where you see the change. At our high schools, we average about 44% just bicycle commuting at both Gunn and Palo. That's not including the people that are walking. And so there are some streets within the community that if you're in a car, you're not going to get anywhere because there's just hundreds of bicyclists around you in a half-hour period. And that's a good thing because that's a lifelong lesson that if it's not changed in Palo Alto, it'll be changed hopefully wherever those people are in the future, in Seattle or wherever it is that they're living. So that's how we're seeing that measure move forward.
Yeah, but it's 67% in middle school, so it means there's a significant drop-off by the time they get to high school. So I'm saying it's Palo Alto is great on this, but they're in terms of the Safe Streets program, which seems to be drawing the maps to get them to school safely. there are active measures to make it economically better, for example, for a high school student who has a choice.
And the last part of your question was about some of the recommended improvements, the soft improvements. Yeah, so again, a lot of things we're not waiting for. If we can identify improvements really quick at planning phase that we get general consensus around at a community meeting table, we're not going to wait for policy input. We're going to move forward with things like small project for green bike lanes. If it makes sense to begin to add signage for destination finding, we'll put those in right away. We won't wait, and we'll just give you guys an update as we're moving along. But one of the things that our advisory committee has been very keen on, and I actually agree with them, is that we don't want to highlight routes until they have been improved, and so we don't want to call something a bicycle boulevard until the right level of treatments are in. And so that's part of why signage is not as robust as you see today, even though the network is kind of already there in its basic infrastructure form. You want to make those other improvements and then begin to highlight and call it out, because you set a higher level of expectation by calling it a bicycle boulevard, for example.
Okay, who would like to be next? Commissioner Gardias.
Yes, I have also a couple of questions, so maybe I will just take them one by one to exhaust my time. Right. So let me start with the first one that I think it's the most important of them all. So the first question is like this: what's the focus? I mean, let me just put some background. There is lots of bike roads that run from the foothills to the bay because they follow natural pathways like creeks or some other roads, right? But then from that is what is missing. There is missing the bike road that would be pretty much going north-south. I know some people that bike from Green Meadows to Milpitas. So what's your thought on some robust bike boulevard that would be going through Palo Alto, connecting all these municipalities? Is there any work on this? Which one of those is in the plan, and what's the effort on this?
Thank you, Commissioner Gardias. So the network that we show here in our current plan, this is the level of improvement that we're looking at for within our community. Our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan gets coordinated with all of the other cities, both in San Mateo County, immediately to our north in Menlo Park, and also within our county. And so really the Valley Transportation Authority, or the VTA, they take all of the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plans from the various agencies, and they then turn that into more of a regional type of a map. And so really the VTA kind of takes on that role of figuring out, okay, if Palo Alto can get its residents, to the Menlo Park border or to the Mountain View border, really that city then needs to take the next step. And I would say that we're much more aggressive than most other communities in the level of improvements that we're trying to implement. I think a lot of other cities are beginning to catch up. I know Mountain View is as well. And so we can get people to the border, but we can't design a facility in Mountain View for Mountain View. They have to do that. And I think that's where the VTA takes a little bit of leadership in helping us with grant funding to build those improvements out once we plan them and design them.
Okay. So going back to my question, so which one of those all is the focus of the north-south biking?
So for Palo Alto, it's probably our bicycle boulevard network. So again, the Bryant Street Bicycle Boulevard it's built out in a basic form up through from Palo Alto Avenue up to Meadow. We're taking that from Meadow all the way to the Mountain View border now. We're going to be doing that. Okay. We're working on the Park Boulevard Bicycle Boulevard, which will go from the Pali South Limit or Castilleja Street or Castilleja Avenue. Churchill Avenue via Castilleja, get us all the way down to roughly the Mountain View border as well, via Wilkie Way. And so we're creating a bunch of those networks. We're doing the same thing via Ross Road and Greer Road and additional bicycle boulevards. And then we're getting them kind of east-west improvements along Charleston Road, improvements that are taking place now at the county along Oregon Expressway. We are also looking for off-road type options, which is why we're looking at the Matador Creek Trail to create environments that are off-road for people to walk or bike as well.
Okay. So thank you. The second question is, you mentioned, of course, community meetings. What is the effort of the transportation department to get the input from the businesses and then just understand what would make to have those employers and their employees to commute to Palo Alto, to their facilities in Palo Alto by bike as opposed to by car? And then, reaching out when you're going to talk about this, right? If you can also make a comment, right, how you're reaching out to the businesses, and just tell us about, some other businesses, great businesses that we have in Palo Alto, Stanford University, also VMware, right?
Thank you. What we're doing right now, which is something that we're doing for the first time, is we're trying to be more aggressive in not only getting the resident input through the outreach process that we talked about earlier, but we're actually trying to get the business input. And so what we established as part of the development of our current plan is the formation of a brand new technical advisory committee. This is a technical advisory committee comprised of members from the Palo Alto Bicycle Advisory Committee, from the City School Traffic Safety Committee, and we also have resident participation from Stanford University to hear that perspective from the research part that we've traditionally always lacked. And we also have at that table with us Google to give us that perspective of, hey, what benefits, your employment center region down in Mountain View. So that establishment of the TAC that was established as part of the current deployment efforts is something new, and that's the mechanism that we're using to get that input.
Okay, what about the other? Do you have a chance maybe to reach out to the others? You talk about Stanford, Google, right? What about VMware?
So we typically would hit VMware through a partnership through the research park staff. So Stanford's representatives would bring that perspective because they communicate back and forth with their lease tenants in the research park already and bring us back that perspective.
Okay. Does it include Facebook? It does not.
We haven't talked to Facebook yet. Okay. No.
Thank you.
Okay, who would like to be next? Commissioner King.
Thank you. Let's see. I had a couple questions regarding one. I note these cross barriers, and they look like there's one at Seal, Loma Verde, and what would those, are those in a planning stage, or is that just, hey, we'd like to have those things there?
Thank you, Commissioner King. The bicycle network is, one thing I'll probably say is think of it as a long range, 25 to 30 year planning type of a document. The goal that we would have is that we'd want to update this bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan about every 4 years, document the things that we've improved, get them into an existing condition phase, and then set a priority for the projects we want to move on in the next 5 years. So about every 5 years, we're going to be coming back to the community to develop a brand new plan, and at each one of those stages, we're going to want to try and begin to design some of those across barrier connections. Again, the active project, the one that's been in the media the most, would be the ABC or the bridge at Adobe Creek and Highway 101. But we're going to be looking, as part of the Matadero Creek Trail feasibility study, we're going to be looking at how can we get across or under Highway 101 at Matadero Creek, and we also want to look at how can we get people across Alma Street or across the Caltrain tracks on the west side of that. And so as much as possible, as much as we are also looking at those ABC opportunities as part of our feasibility and planning phases. There may not be things that we build in this first 5 years, but we begin to establish the discussion and begin to put concepts together as well as budgetary numbers for an improvement.
Thank you. And are there any plans for improving the Cal Avenue Tunnel?
That's something that comes up a lot. So the existing Cal Ave tunnel, it would be very difficult to improve. What would likely end up happening is we would have to build a brand new tunnel and then maintain the existing tunnel while we build something brand new, because you wouldn't want to lose the connection. And so that's not something that we've started in this current phase. It's something that does come up a lot, but we have not started that project.
Thank you. And then regarding the rides the rides that you've hosted, who were the typical participants? Are those more hardcore bikers or just people kind of interested?
It's been all over the board, and that's what's been so wonderful about it. We had kids there. We've had parents that brought out their 4-year-old kids, 3-year-old kids, in a carry-along, and kids there from junior high school. And we've had seniors that are there that just want to know what's going on in a specific neighborhood. We've had the payback members and other spandex riders, if you want to call them that, within the community. But it's really been all over the place. It's been a great discussion.
Thank you. And then I belong to some Facebook thing where it's bicyclists and they post all their stories and traffic bicycle improvements that they hate or some hate. And there's a lot of division, disagreement. A lot of times they don't like what the consultants and the municipalities have done. How do you work through that there isn't, as far as I can tell, unanimity of opinion on what are the best solutions for improving bikeways?
At least I mean, we're going completely out of our way, Commissioner King. We're trying to get people to give us that feedback. I mean, you saw the online tool we get that people can't come to a meeting from 6:30 till 8 or 9, but people want to give us their feedback. So feel free to email us. Feel free to do it via the online tool. So if people don't let us know that they have a concern, we can't respond to it, or we can't try and address it as part of our design. But each design, I will say, has to refine through the process, and so we have never had one project that was done exactly the way that we started the first concept. It goes through an iteration process, and we hear people's concerns, and then we change the design to react to that.
Thank you. And then lastly, we received these tonight, but I haven't gone through this. What's our education and enforcement component? I mean, I completely agree with Commissioner Rosenblum that the more bikes, the safer. But if you ever observe the crowds of bicyclists going across Alma to Palo in the morning, it's not safe because of often rider behavior. And so are we looking at those two elements, educating, in my mind, everyone should have a bicycle riding license just as they do a car driver's license. But I'm curious what we're doing there.
A couple of things. One of the things that we have on our to-do list, hopefully this year, is we're actually going to be submitting a grant later this month to the state of California for the next phase of our Safe Routes to School program. And for us, we're calling it the Safe Routes to School, the media element, because we want to develop those educational videos and online tools, to interact with the younger population in a mechanism in which they're used to communicating with one another, and we don't really have those tools now. And so that media campaign, we're hoping that we are successful in getting that grant and developing that campaign. That'll, I think, go a long way in addressing that type of a concern. So that's kind of what we're doing now. But we do a lot of education in the school already, just in general, through our city school traffic safety partnership. But we need to update those tools at the high school level. A positive for us is that the high schools have stepped up. Gunn High School specifically had a couple of their student groups in their media program develop educational videos around bicycle safety, and those are things that we're hoping to have completed in the next month or so, and then have those be broadcast as part of the city channel, for people to see see live on TV.
Thank you.
Commissioner Olchek.
Thanks for your presentation, and thanks for the update. I share Carl's view, Commissioner King's view. Actually, Commissioner King's habit of biking to commission meetings has inspired me to use alternative transportation to get to our meetings. I've said this before, that I think that a more perfect Palo Alto would have a designated bike lane on every street. The last time we sort of discussed issues related to bike lanes and bike boulevards, I thought that the input we got from, we received like a letter of endorsement from, I don't know if it was the Bicycle Advisory Committee or if it was like a community group. I can't remember exactly who provided that letter, but I thought it was really helpful. And there is I guess I'd just like to say that I think their involvement in some of the decision making that your office goes through weighs heavily on my ability to assess the value of some of the projects that we do, and particularly, because I suspect that they have such an intimate knowledge of the pros and cons of different solutions to problems that exist. As much as I think every street should have a bike lane, I'm cognizant of the fact that we heard from, I guess, a few different sources now that the largest and fastest growing population in our city is plus 55, plus 65, and plus 75 age groups. And I imagine, this is an assumption, but I imagine that as you get into those age groups, there's less ridership. And I wanted to respond to that. One, there was a draft up there about, was it Edgewood, or what was that street? Fabian, whatever. I would just sort of suggest that the experience that we've had in Arasadero has been a little traumatic, the lane adjustment, particularly because some of us weren't here when those decisions were taking place, but we've heard sort of the outpour that like the community had about that adjustment. And I would just like to sort of suggest that while I encourage this notion of creating and implementing our bike solutions on every street, I'm also a little cognizant that a significant and growing group of individuals in our community may use bikes less and less, and affecting our streets in a significant way that limits their drivability may be sort of difficult to bear. So I wouldn't want to put those two groups I wouldn't want to pit them against each other. Like, for example, I'm not 100% sure about this on Fabian, but I feel like there's 2 schools there. I know the community center, the Jewish community center is there. These are the sorts of venues where cars line up to get in. Having a second lane could be a big deal to pass the line of cars that are getting into a school at drop-off. So I'm just sort of making that point that until you actually ride the bike down the street, it's hard to know what feels comfortable. And that I sort of count on the Bicycle Advisory Committee or the groups to sort of bring that input. And so I would encourage you in the ongoing implementation of this bike plan, of our bike plan, that we include them, because I think their support is instructive to someone like myself who may not ride in a particular part of town, but if they have a lot of exposure to it, it's really relevant. So I'm glad you brought this update. I look forward to I mentioned this before we started, the day that we do have a bike bridge over. I think one of my first meetings was the bike bridge design discussion, and so I know it's in the capital budget now. So, but anyways, thanks for the
update. Commissioner Tanaka.
So I thought this was a really nice bike plan, so thank you for your and your team's work. And also, congratulations on, and thank you for bringing all the funding to actually make these plans real. I think that's really important, and that's probably not recognized enough in terms of the grant money that's brought into Palo Alto, so thank you for that. I also like how you're trying to be very data-driven. So because I know resources are scarce, and so basically being able to know what routes are being used heavily versus routes that are not being heavily, I think it's a great way to kind of prioritize resources. So I got to applaud you on that as well. And so I've looked at the bike plan, and in general, I think it's actually quite good. The one part that that I just had a few questions on is on the kind of Charleston Road, where kind of like the back of Hoover. Right now, there's a kind of like a bike trail, kind of like a gate that separates the cars from the bikes. And I saw that there's going to be a new bike route, kind of where Bryant continues to the 2 bumps, the 2 circles. Yeah. And so I was just wondering why there instead of on the back of Hoover, but that seemed like a more natural bike trail, just given that it's separated from cars already.
So I think what you're saying is like so that would be the extension of the Bryant Street Bicycle Boulevard again, which today ends at Meadow. Yeah. The direct across the street route from that would be through the circles on Bryant Street, ending up down into San Antonio Avenue via, no, it's not Nelson, I'm forgetting the name, Nita. And so we typically, when we're designing the bike path, we try to be continuous, sort of a straight route, and not try to have bicyclists kind of turn too far left and go over to a block. I think in this case, this would be an opportunity to potentially update both of those corridors. And so that's the kind of feedback that we're soliciting right now, both at this meeting, but also at our community meetings. We've done the bicycle ride-alongs for the Bryant Street update, but the Bryant Street extension actually is happening this Saturday. So, I would invite you, Commissioner Tonkin, if you're not too busy, is come out, bring your family, and ride it with us, and bring up those points. I mean, we'll take the notes for you tonight, but that's why we're doing the rides.
Okay. Well, actually, just to let you know, I actually bike this every day, so I happen to know that route. And I happen to take the back of Hoover just because it is separated by the gate. It seems a lot safer. The one issue that because of where that gate lets out, where the back of Hoover hits Charleston, is it's difficult to make a left turn sometimes. There's no light there, and there's a lot of cars streaming in. So I don't know if there's a way to correct that. Otherwise, you have to ride against traffic, which is also possible. But I was looking at some of the maps, and it showed like there's a high incidence of pedestrian getting hit and I guess bike collisions, kind of on the Middlefield Charleston area as well. And so you have it marked as a critical intersection. So what does that mean? That's a critical intersection.
That means that when we're going through design, that's an area we actually want to really focus the design discussion with the community. And again, the Charleston to Raspadero Road Corridor has a community meeting set for this Thursday night, actually tomorrow night, at the Cumberly Center in room M2, and then we're having a follow-up meeting for people that can't make it in the Charleston area to visit us at the Raspadero area on Thursday, May 20th, at the Elks Lodge. Both meetings at 6:30.
Sure. Okay, yeah, because you have right now your Alto map shows a large number of bike collisions on Middlefield and Charleston, and then another one, kind of smaller one, bubble on the back of Hoover, So I've seen many bikers kind of dodge the cars, so that's something to think about. The last part of this, and it doesn't look like there's any new improvements, although you had kind of a map showing that you're working on it, is the kind of Charleston to San Antonio route. And that part of it, I'm not sure if you've actually been down that part yourself on a bike, but it's a little bit dicey because it gets extremely narrow as you get to Charleston, and the bike lane almost disappears, especially when cars turn and you have less than a foot sometimes when cars go by you. So I think definitely improvements there would be great. Anyways, thank you for your work.
Thank you. So a couple of things. Firstly, the data we're talking about, as you mentioned, is coming from those cameras that have been in the news. So a relative of mine told me about some videos of the cameras on TV today. So I guess people were worried about them, but I think it's in general a good idea to get that data. In terms of the Bryant Street extension, I point out that that the path that you're proposing currently goes on Carlson Court, where there is a traffic light, and therefore, rather than people trying to go out of that path that sort of around where Waverly is, there's no traffic light there, nor is there likely to be a traffic light there because of the nature of that intersection. So Carlson Court is considerably safer, and the issue of safety, as you pointed out, is an illustration of that. I also wish to observe that even going as far back as the 2000 census, something called the Transportation Data Package, I think it is, Census Transportation Data Package, says that more people, even dating back as far as 2000, in Palo Alto, who live in Palo Alto, bike or walk to work, then use all forms of public transportation combined. Now, since then, we have more people using public transportation, namely using Caltrain to go up to San Francisco. Although more people take Caltrain from San Francisco into Palo Alto than go up there. But I suspect that with the increase of bicycling to work, that this is only increased from what it was. So we'll still see that, and this is an opportunity to increase that. 1/3 of Palo Alto residents people live in Palo Alto and work from the 2000 census actually work in Palo Alto. And that means that about a sixth of those who work in Palo Alto live in Palo Alto. And the nature of that is a lot of those bike or walk to work. And so I think that, as I echo my fellow commissioners, is that the opportunities to make connections with Stanford, connections with Mountain View, and connections with Menlo Park are worthwhile, to the extent that we can do city-to-city dialogues directly, as well as going through VTA and SAM and I guess whatever SamTrans does. I'm not sure if it's SamTrans or whoever, but I think that would be helpful because then we can coordinate those connections. Obviously, we can't make capital improvements in the adjacent cities, but we can at least coordinate so that there is traffic flow through there. And particularly since bicycle use tends to decrease dramatically with distance, although there are a handful of people who might bike to Milpitas or from Milpitas to Palo Alto, most of those biking to working in Palo Alto are likely to be coming from Mountain View or Los Altos or Menlo Park or Stanford. So I would encourage that. In terms of the people and how we can encourage bicycle use, there is a proposal in front of the City Council to create a business registry. And I noticed that there was a comment at the City Council by a member of the public who talked about how the Business Improvement District is a business license tax. It is not a business license tax, and it would not provide business registry data for the Stanford Research Park or for businesses located out of the downtown. So the idea that the Business Improvement District in any way is a substitute for a business registry is false. I think one of the improvements that was made in terms of the cross-barrier connections is actually work done by this commission with respect to the plan for the Caltrain, the Rail Corridor Task Force, where we emphasized the need for cross-barrier connections in South Palo Alto. There were only ones originally on that plan for North Palo Alto. So that was an improvement that was initiated by this commission. With respect to biking to high school and middle school, part of that is distance. Elementary schools tend to be in local neighborhoods, so biking there is easier. Biking to high school is more difficult because of the distances involved, particularly for Gunn High School, where basically is a crossing El Camino. I think that we're talking about improvements there that I think will be helpful. Similarly with middle schools, the distances are much larger. They're outside the neighborhood. But I do point out that with the Safe Routes to Schools effort, with the effort of the PTA's Traffic Safety Committee, there's been a lot of work in terms of teaching school children how to bike, and I think that's, particularly in third grade, is a big effort involved in that. And also there's a big effort in terms of increasing the bicycling at Gunn and at Palo for students, particularly in the warmer months when it's not rainy. I think that from when that effort started about 10 or so years ago, the usage has probably gone up by a factor of it's probably 150% or 2.5 times what it was back then, roughly. So I think that's a significant improvement, and you can get data about that if you wish. I also, obviously this is not directly on the bicycle and pedestrian plan, but I also, it was on the CIP, and I think that in terms of Barcadero Road, which is one of the things I get a lot of complaints from the public about, their improvements come along the way, also thanks to Jaime Rodriguez in working on that. So that's hopefully coming soon, and that's also something that you've been working on. In terms of, will we have PTC review of projects? Obviously, the FABIN, will that come before the Planning Commission? With respect to San Antonio Road bicycle route, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to remove the parking that's along San Antonio Road, particularly east of Middlefield. I think there's relatively few cars there, and they have like a 10-hour limit for parking, which seems ridiculous. And now is the road. So, I mean, removing that parking would seem to be worthwhile. And finally, the issue of the Matadero Creek Trail. Obviously, we've heard some concerns from people, at least I've heard some concerns about people who live on adjacent to Matadero Creek and are worry about bicycles going behind their houses. So I'm wondering if you can address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Keller. Definitely, as we get into the planning phase for specifically the Matadero Creek Trail, that's going to be a very specific element. As the feasibility study is, one is the environmental impacts, including noise that would result from bicycle and pedestrian activity behind people's homes. So we'll have a noise analysis done as part of that project in the feasibility stage, and that is a project that, again, will be beginning its planning phase probably later in June. And so we'll be holding our first community meetings with that neighborhood to talk about the alternatives. Specific for Matadero, we're looking at, what other opportunities, in addition to the Matadero Creek Trail route as currently proposed, would be a feasible alternative to that if we find for a reason that we can't build Matadero. And so, that's kind of the best answer I can give you. You mentioned the 10-hour parking in San Antonio. That's something that we tried to do during the streetscape updates that took place for San Antonio Road about a year ago. We actually met with those neighbors out at the greenhouse apartment complex, condominium complexes, and a lot of those residents did express a lot of concerns about the loss of the parking. So the compromise that we came to with that community was to have 10-hour restrictions to turn parking over, but there was a lot of concern about make sure that parking was still available for them, and that's part of the compromise process that we go through in the design. We can definitely revisit that issue as part of this project again.
Thank you. One thing that possibly is done is, for example, along bike routes like Lewis Road. I noticed that you're allowed to park there between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. and not allowed to park there between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. And a solution like that might work for the condominium owners and yet make it easier for bicycles. With that, I'll take a further comment from anybody else who wishes to. Commissioner Rosenblum.
Yeah, thanks. While we've been talking, I've been going through this thick binder, which is great. So thank you. One suggestion is to also anticipate public comments in the future. And so just while people here were asking, I think everyone here has made a statement like, I take the bike route every day. So you have, in some ways, you're preaching to the choir in the sense that we all seem to be cyclists. We all seem to think this is a good thing. But even we have brought up questions like, well, I wonder, if we really should be building this network given the demographics of Palo Alto, et cetera. So two things. One is have some sort of cost normalization, meaning there should be some way to understand the number of people who take bikes, the length of trips versus cars. So just the population of elementary, middle school, and high school students alone is large. I don't think people realize how many cyclists there actually are that depend on this. And it'd be good to have some normalized dollar investment per active rider versus what we spend on automotive infrastructure, for example. Would put that in good perspective. The second is with regards to the demographics. I agree with Commissioner Alchek. We have a characteristic of a very large senior population, but I just looked it up. It's 17% of our population is above the age of 65, and 23% below the age of 18. And obviously, 83% are below the age of 65. I also think as things become safer, it's questionable to me whether I want someone of a certain age, behind the wheel of a car or riding a bike slowly in a protected area. But to anticipate these questions, I think these will come up, and to have the data at our fingertips, I think will be really helpful, especially for you as you get questioned.
Acting Vice Chair Tanaka.
I just wanted to follow on Acting Vice Chair Keller's, Acting Chair Keller's comment about the business registration tax, and just also about incentives for employers to have employees bike to work, which I think is a good thing. Helps reduce traffic and parking issues. So perhaps if there's some creative way, because there's going to be some nominal fee, not a lot, but there's going to be some fee for the business registration tax. Perhaps there's a way to, for employers that actually have employees biking to work, perhaps that could be a way to, perhaps that fee could be waived or deferred or something like that, that would incentivize more employers to get employees to bike. Because if we could do that, it would solve a lot of problems. anyways, maybe think about some creative ideas that can be done to help facilitate that.
Anybody else? Commissioner Gardias.
It's going to be quick. I'm just going to add to the comments about measure that another commissioner made. So I'd like to also see some measure that would pretty much link the expenditure or the planned projects to the potential revenue expressed in the way of how many cars we can take off the road or how many parking spaces we can take off the streets. Thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. King?
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to quickly look through here on Embarcadero Road. So that's in the upcoming budget, I believe, correct, in the CIP we saw. And was that for this year, upcoming year, or was that further out?
Thank you, Commissioner King. We actually have a couple projects on Embarcadero Road. So we have an active project right now as part of the current year CIP to design a traffic signal improvement for the Palo pedestrian crossing and the Palo Town and Country driveways to combine the two intersections into one. So this before the end of summer, we'll finish the design, and in the construction budget for next year, for fiscal year 15 that you just saw, we're getting the money to build that traffic signal modification improvement in next year, so hopefully before spring. And then the budget also includes the planning phase for this larger type of work that we're doing everywhere else to figure out what do we want to do in the long run along Embarcadero between El Camino Real and Alma Street, looking at kind of roadway widening opportunities to add capacity, add better bicycle and pedestrian facilities, those types of things. But that'll be probably a really extensive community outreach process. But in that case, we've already started the discussions with the Palo Alto Unified School District and and Pali High, as well as the Town and Country property owners.
Okay, thank you. And my concern was just that between, say, Middlefield and 101, you got parking there. You take that away, people are going to be frustrated. You got pinch points there, which are hard to work with. So my concern was just there would be a lot of outreach, and so that sounds like it's long term, and there will be outreach. Thank you.
Do you want to speak? Okay, so a couple of things. One is with respect to Commissioner Tanaka's comments. There's a transportation impact fee. It might be worthwhile to have that transportation impact fee as some sort of annual. I'm not sure if it's an annual fee or a one time on development, but it might be interesting to have that as an annual fee based on the amount of cars put on the road. And also dealing with morning traffic as well as evening commute. If it deals with morning commute, then we have the potential to use that funding to ameliorate school commute. And because if it's only evening, the students don't generally commute in the evening, but they do commute in the morning. And so I think that would help. With respect to age and metrics, we do realize that a significant number of the traffic in Palo Alto is due to people working here. And to the extent that they're commuting from Palo Alto and from Mountain View and Los Altos and Menlo Park and Stanford, helping with bicycling will take cars off the road. And with respect to data on a parking space typically costs $50,000 and up. So it's a lot cheaper to put bicycling in. I'm not sure if we can reduce the requirements for parking based on bicycling, because the problem is that the use of bicycling may not persist if there's a change in tendency, and you can't get the parking back if you do. But there are notions of things that have been done before, like a landscape reserve, where you can put landscaping in instead of parking, so there's a possibility for thinking of things like that. And finally, with respect to the potential for grade separations of Caltrain, that's probably the best way to create across barrier connections where Caltrain is concerned. The Silicon Valley Leadership Group is proposing to put a sales tax on the ballot at some point. Some of that sales tax is supposed to go to Caltrain. I think that we should insist that sales tax go to fund grade separations. And if the San Jose and the Silicon Valley Leadership Group insist on spending billions of dollars to have 4 miles of BART go underneath, be undergrounded in San Jose in areas that may not be, are not in the business district, then we should insist on funding to be spent on undergrounding Caltrain, at least in Palo Alto and other places where there's a high value adjacency issues for the grade separations, and in terms of kind of a cut and cover kind of measure that I've been a long advocate for. So that's a plug for people to contact the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, if I may be so bold as to say that. Indicate your interest in the guarantee of funding for Caltrain so it's not all sucked up by BART. Which has been exceedingly happened. After all, we have just seen $100 million that was supposed to go to Dumbarton Rail and was borrowed by BART down to San Jose, being proposed to be not to be forgiven and not be repaid back to the Dumbarton Rail project. So there's my plug. I'm not sure if that will make it into the paper or not, but anyway. Any other comments people have? Okay, well, with that, let me thank staff for their time and efforts on this. I've certainly seen a lot of work being done since you came on board, Jaime, and I look forward to hearing a lot more reports about things that you've accomplished that we're making happen in terms of bikes, pedestrians, and traffic in Palo Alto. Thank you. And with that, I'll close the item. The next item is the item on number 3, the housing element update review. And again, I don't see any cards from members of the public. So are there? I guess there aren't any. So with that, we'll continue with the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller. Stephen Turner, Long Range Planning Manager. Wanted to introduce Tim Wong, our Senior Planner in charge of housing programs. Tim and the team that he's been working with have done an incredibly successful job in the development of the housing element update for the cycle 2015 to 2023. As Tim will mention, the city is under a very tight deadline to have this housing element for this housing cycle essentially approved by the state by late January of 2015. And there's a lot of things that need to happen between now and then. And over the past 5 months, Tim, members of the Housing Community Panel, members, City Council members, part of the Regional Housing Mandate Committee have been working very, very hard in developing an admin draft document, as well as focusing on housing sites that will become part of this housing element. So Tim is going to be going over all of the work that he and his team have been involved with, and also describing the upcoming steps in order to meet that January 31st, 2015 deadline. So with that, I'll introduce and hand it over to Tim Wong. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, and welcome to the new commissioners. Again, my name is Tim Wong, Senior Planner, and tonight's presentation is about the housing element update for 2015 through 2023, as Stephen had mentioned. However, tonight's presentation will mostly dwell on identifying housing sites, since that is what we are working on right now in the update process. Some basic facts. What is a housing element? It's a state-mandated element for the general plan. Bonus points if you know the other 6 elements, but it is the primary planning document for housing for the city. In addition, that the housing element is the only element that requires certification, review and certification by the state. And again, this is for planning for housing for all income levels for the next 8 years. Why adopt a housing element? As mentioned, it requires periodic updates from the state every 8 years. And as Stephen mentioned, January 31st, 2015 is our deadline to get the next housing element certified by the state. And other reasons to adopt a housing element, that it is the city's primary planning document for housing. Also, it will leave the city vulnerable to legal challenges if there is not a certified housing element. Other jurisdictions without certified housing elements have been sued for millions of dollars. Our neighbors to the north, Menlo Park, had to go through that experience. And also compete for housing and transportation grants. Lately, the state has been attaching more transportation grants. I believe you, Jaime, had mentioned some transportation funds that had been received. Those are tied to eligibility through a certified housing element. Without one, the city would not have been eligible. And last year, I believe we received about $4 million. And lastly, avoid a 4-year housing element cycle penalty with on-time adoption. Right now we're going through an 8-year, but if we don't get it certified by January, we're going to be doing this in another 4 years. HCD has always said that if you want the 8, don't be late, and that's what we're trying to do. These are the various content or in the housing element. To your top left, constraints to housing development. As part of the housing element, we must look at environmental, governmental, and market constraints to housing in Palo Alto. We'll also need to conduct a needs assessment. What types of housing are needed in the city? As another portion of the housing element is we'll be looking at the progress of the current housing element. What programs have we implemented? How have our numbers been? Those will need to be reviewed as part of the housing element update. And lastly, every housing element must identify resources and sites. More importantly, tonight, it's more about, and it's underlined about the regional housing needs allocation requirement, or for short, RHNA. And so what is RHNA? RHNA is a requirement that requires cities to accommodate for future housing needs for all income levels for the next 8 years through either land use policies or zoning. I would like to note that it is not an obligation to construct these units, but the city must show that there is adequate zoning in place to accommodate the requirement. And for our next 8 years, the state has required that we plan for 1,988 units of those, as you can see, for very low, moderate, and above moderate incomes. And just a little more detail. Again, our RHNA requirement is 1,988 units. But also, HCD does require a surplus, generally about 10% of your RHNA allocation. Therefore, an additional 200 units have been added for a total of 2,188 units. So that is our goal for this update. In terms of siting or identifying the sites have to be identified on a site-by-site or parcel-by-parcel basis, and the city must show that there's a realistic development capacity for those sites. In other words, if the site's identified, that we must show that in the next 8 years, these sites are due for redevelopment, and these are the reasons why, or at least there's the capacity for that. Sites from the current housing element can be carried over to the update, but those sites that have been developed in the current housing element, new sites will need to be found for those developed sites. And so the target, again, is 2,188 units. I had mentioned that sites or units from the current housing element can be carried over, and so 1,379 units from the current housing element can be carried over and applied to the new arena requirement. In addition, there are 440 units in the planning pipeline, entitlement stage or building permit stage, that we can take credit for. And those two figures add up to 1,819 total units that we can apply against the 2,188, which leaves us an unmet need of 369 units. Therefore, the city's task is to find sites, sufficient sites to accommodate 369 units. So what staff did was prepare what are known as tiers of sites, in that we looked at different sites and we ranked them in order of preference. Those sites that are zoned for multifamily residential already, that have a potential for redevelopment, and the less preferable are those sites that, although the location may be good, it may require a rezone, or in some instances, a comp plan amendment. So those would be a little more, there are some additional issues with those. So from a staff perspective, we designated 7 tiers of sites to help the city meet its 369 unmet need. So the first tier, again, these are in order of preference, are second units. Second units are by right. Generally, we produce about 4 a year. So over a span of 8 years, we would be producing 32 units. And so we could take those 32 units and again, path of least resistance, if you will. No rezones are required. They are allowed by right, no discretionary. Therefore, we felt that those were most appropriate to apply. The second tier is the Fry site. The Fry site is 12.45 acres. It's zoned RM30. In other words, it's already zoned multifamily. And so we calculated a yield from the Fry site at a density of 20 units per acre, instead of using 30 units per acre, which would be unrealistic since the city has not approved any developments until recently at max density. So felt that a realistic capacity of 20 units per acre was appropriate. In addition, the state has assigned the city what is known as a default density. This default density of 20 units per acre, the state considers as adequate zoning to provide for low and very low income housing. So therefore, to go back to that previous chart, you saw that there are 4 income categories. So in order to provide for the low and very low, the state feels that 20 units per acre is needed in Palo Alto to realistically develop low and very low income housing. So that, by going back to Fry's, so if we applied the 20 units per acre to the Fry site, that would be a total yield of 249 units. However, we have already used 75 units, or applied 75 of those 249 units to the current housing element. Therefore, we could add an additional 174 units to this, the update. And the third tier, third preferable, if you will, are 14 parcels on the southern side of San Antonio Avenue. They are in between Middlefield and Charleston. The 14 sites are zoned CS, which in a mixed-use development, residential is allowed at 30 units per acre. Again, so it meets that state default density, but we have calculated at a realistic capacity of 20 units per acre again, which yields a potential of 168 units. A couple other tiers are Tier 4, the Cal Lab parking lots. We used parking lots greater than half an acre, which there are 3 parcels along Sherman Avenue, which are larger than half acre. Again, using that 20 units per acre, it could have a potential of 60 units. However, CalAV parking lots are A-zoned PF, and they have a comp plan designation of MISP, which is Major Institution Special Facility. Therefore, if to include the CalAV parking lots in the housing element update, it would require a rezone and a comp plan amendment. The 5th tier is University Avenue surface parking lots. Again, these half-acre criteria was used. 3 parcels, they're zoned PF, but those would also require rezone. But those would, at again 20 units per acre, yield 37 units. Some of the least preferable sites, but can still be used, there are residentially zoned sites with established commercial uses. We found 3 parcels. This is one of them on Middlefield. It's the Achieve Kids School. It has been in existence or in use for years. However, the base zoning is RM30. And there's another site, the former YWCA site on Alma, that is also zoned, which currently a synagogue resides, but that is also zoned residential, R1. We designated that because of its size. It's a little over 3 acres, and it could yield 20 some odd units in itself. And the 3rd parcel is a site on the corner of Churchill and El Camino, which is zoned RM15. If those 3 sites were chosen, 68 units could be counted against the 369 units. And lastly, this is more of a Hail Mary type thing, but there are 176 current sites in the current housing element. And most were calculated at the default density or the realistic capacity of 20 units per acre. However, many of those sites in the inventory are zoned for 30 units. So approximately, we calculated those sites with an approximate 67% of zoning capacity of those sites. If we increase the yield to 85% of the zoning capacity, that would bring an additional 358 units. However, the issue is that HCD may not accept the city's argument to increase the yield, since the city has not shown a history of approving projects in that 85% of zoning capacity realm. So again, here are the summary of the tiers. Our unmet need is 369 units. So for example, tier 7 could be designated to almost meet our unmet need, or a series or configuration, a combination of 2 or 3 tiers can also be used. But from a staff's and one last thing is that the state allows existing units to be used against the RHNA under very special circumstances. Up to 25% of the RHNA allocation can be used, existing sites can be used, but only in 3 types of programs: conversion of market rate units to affordable units, preservation of affordable housing that is, their deed restrictions are about to expire in the next 5 years, and lastly, rehabilitation of substandard existing units. Again, it's a very small box to be eligible to take some of these existing units to count against RHNA. However, we did reach out to the Housing Corporation, and they have found 23 units in their Colorado Park development that they have 23 affordable units who have lost their deed restrictions. So we are able to provide or use those 23 units against the 369 units of unmet need. And I believe you have each received the PHAC letter at places explaining that situation. And so what staff has proposed to the RHMC, to the community panel, is that to use tiers 1, 2, and 3, and also to include the 23 units in Colorado Park, and with a slight adjustment to tier 2, the Fry site, to lower the yield to 146 units. So by using the yields from those 4 tiers, if you will, will be able to meet our unmet need. And here's just a breakdown of that proposal. And just to quickly touch on program revisions, the community panel, as Commissioner Tanaka serves on the community panel is wrapping up their sites discussion and will move on to programs in the housing element. And also the RHMC and the PTC will also have opportunities to review the existing programs in the housing element and to propose additional housing elements. Currently, staff is proposing to remove or revise 11 programs from the current housing element. For either those programs have been adopted or we feel they're no longer necessary. And additional programs will be prepared based on community input. And so if I could just, the city has released a housing questionnaire on SurveyMonkey, and that is the website. And the questionnaire has also been translated into Spanish. So, and that is the link to the Spanish questionnaire. And lastly, the next steps. These are the pertinent dates for the PTC, in that next week we hope we will be releasing the administrative draft for public review. There will be a city council review of the admin draft, and this is coming back. The admin draft will come back to the PTC on June 25th, so that we hope to submit it to HCD for their initial review at the end of June. And depending on HCD comments, we will make our revisions, and the PTC will have another chance to look at those revisions, tentatively scheduled August 20th, to also look at the environmental review, whether that be an ND or an MND, with a final review in September, with the hopes of having council adopt the revised draft in November. So thank you for your time. That concludes my presentation. Staff is happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, and I see that we will have a comment from a member of the public. Herb Borak, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Acting Chair Keller, and good evening, Commissioners, and welcome to the 2 new Commissioners. Staff has indicated a deadline of the end of January. However, there is a 4-month grace period, so the real deadline is the end of May. However, the schedule that staff has prepared is to have the existing council vote on this right after the election in November, which would mean at least 2 council members who won't be here next year will be making the decision. And since elections, often reflect the public's and voters' views on issues, it might be worthwhile to have that decision made by the new council. In regard to the Fry site, the staff has indicated a number of 249, less the 75 that's in the previous cycle, based on a density of 20 units per acre on a site that's zoned for 30 units an acre. And there's been talk of possibly having a change zoning to permit some kind of mixed use. For example, under the CS zoning, it would still be 30 units an acre. I understood from previous presentations a little bit differently than what I heard this evening, which is that we would be able to make the case to the state that we could do 85% of the existing zoning, in which case it would be 25.5 units on the Fry site for an additional 68 units. Just to give an order of magnitude, that's the same as a Tier 6 number of units. And so I would consider that as a possibility. In regard to the ability to have 25% of the requirement met by existing sites, we've been using the shorthand term affordable housing to refer to sites that have been deed restricted, and it's unclear whether the Housing Corporation proposal is because it's a rehabilitation or whether it's because the deed restriction has been lost. It's unclear at what point whether it's something that will have a deed restriction lost in the near future, or as in this case, where it's already been lost. However, there's also a possibility for market rate, that don't meet that affordability requirement. And I think of Buena Vista, both in terms of the fact that it doesn't have deed restrictions, so it doesn't meet the one requirement, that it needs rehabilitation, and that it's currently at least paying market rate for its type of housing as one possibility to meet the 25% requirement. Finally, there's been a proposal by developer Zane McGregor on Arasadero Road. That site is zoned R1 10,000, which is how it's described at the bottom of page 6 of the report. However, in the first sentence under the table on page 7, it leaves out the 10,000, and I would make that slight amendment to the report. And I would oppose that proposal because it's directly across from R1, it's on a congested road, and it's not in walking distance from neighborhood commercial services. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, we'll bring it back to the commission. Who wants to lead us off? Commissioner King.
Thank you. Can you define regarding, and thank you for your report, when you mentioned some units are in the pipeline, so at what point, when is the date at which, if they are completed by that date, they are not counted in the new element, and after which they're in the pipeline but not completed, they are counted in the new element?
The cutoff is January 1st of 2014. And so for the 440 units that are in the pipeline, 250 of those are the 180 units on California Ave and the 70 affordable units on El Camino as part of the Mayfield. So we anticipate those are getting their building permits past 2014. So as an example of those.
2014 or 2015? Because we're already past, we're already past January 1st, 2014,
yes,
right?
that's why we can count
those and it's building
units.
Permits is the trigger.
Correct.
Okay.
Entitlement or building permits.
Okay.
Land use entitlements or building permits.
Okay, so all those in the pipeline now will count towards the new element.
Correct.
Okay,
yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Let's see. And then regarding this issue of whether 85% of the 30 units per acre is realistic, given our height restrictions, is that, do we build projects like of that density, 30 units per acre? Or is there any precedent for that?
The only recent example that I know of that the PTC approved was 3159 El Camino, the Equinox. That was approved at 30 units per acre. But prior, maybe
if I could
also 801 Alma, because their RT zoning was above 30 units per acre also. But those are the only two examples that come to mind.
Okay. But 3159, there were only a handful of units, right? So how could there be 30 units per acre?
No, they consolidated 4 lots, and there are 48 units on that proposed development.
Oh, that was the Equinox one?
Yes.
Oh, somehow at my senior moment, I hadn't realized there were that many. Okay. Okay, thank you. And then I guess my question is, then on the rehab of existing units, well, let's take it specific to this Colorado Park. So what defines rehab? Is that loosely defined?
Rehab is actually for substandard, but this, in the 3 programs, this would count as market rate units converting to affordable housing since the affordability restrictions expired in 2012.
Okay. Even though the landowner has no intent to change those because they're not a for-profit owner.
Exactly, but they have voluntarily kept those rates or rents low, but they could easily get market rate rents for them in 30 days.
Okay, and so the fact that they will, and then there would be, I didn't quite follow this, I just glanced at this. So then they would return them, they would reset the market rate or the below market rate restriction?
That is correct. They agreed to put a 55-year restriction on those units.
Oh, great. Okay, and then that would make us fit the
exactly.
requirement. Okay,
yes.
Great. Thank you.
Who wants to be next? Commissioner Rosenblum.
Again, thank you for the work and for the report. A couple things. I agree with the member of the public who made the comment about the San Antonio sites. And in particular, what would concern me is that such a large burden would rest on that area to fulfill the obligation you're trying to fulfill, and that's the area that's farthest from transportation, it's farthest from walking, and the community has consistently been concerned about traffic. If you're going to put a large development in a place where by nature people have to drive in and out, I think you're producing an additional problem. And there were some places I didn't see. So I know 27 University is a Stanford property, but it is a large site, and it would count towards the Palo Alto allocation. Is that correct?
Commissioner Rosenblum, yes, the 27, any housing units as part of that development would count towards RENA. And just as an FYI, the community panel in recommending sites did designate 27 University as a potential site, okay, although no housing numbers have been broadcast or stated.
Yes, and I might follow up with Tim's comment. 27 University, there's no proposal for housing on that site. There's no proposal really at all that the city is considering, number one. So there's not any sort of sense of how much housing might be proposed there. And then second, the site is zoned public facility. So it's not zoned a zone district that could allow housing. So the city council would need to make a decision to actually rezone the site. And typically, the state of California HCD department, is not so convinced that actually, councils will take that step to rezone a property without any sort of prior kind of decision or direction. So the state is less likely to count that site as an actual housing site for those reasons.
And so this is my second question. Is there an active, and this may be a question for my own commission, is there an active effort to rezone some of these parcels close to major transit corridors to achieve this goal? So you've made some statements around where the state is dubious, or these are more difficult, or this is a Hail Mary, but have we kicked off the process to start rezoning for things that you would advocate as good ideas?
We have not. The approach that we're taking is that in tiers 1, 2, and 3, those are sites that are already zoned for housing. That's kind of the easy path to meeting our 369 numbers. So if by adopting the sites in tiers 1, 2, and 3, the city would not have to do any sort of rezoning, any sort of land use change. Housing is allowed by right, and HCD would say those are appropriate sites, and yes, you've met your goal. So that's the kind of the easy route that staff is proposing.
Yeah. So my last comment on this is I think you're trading off one kind of ease for another. So it's ease in terms of bureaucracy, in terms of changing zoning, et cetera. In exchange, in the case of San Antonio, I would say is just suboptimal for the people who live there, and suboptimal from traffic, suboptimal from many perspectives. And so there's, to me, the easiest thing if you're putting high density sites is to put them smack dab on a transit corridor. And so then you bring on the additional difficulty of having to go through a zoning process. But it's certainly easier for people that live there. So, to me, you're balancing those two things. I have a very strong opinion that you want to design around the people that are going to live there rather than around the zoning laws as they currently exist, or at least try to work through that process. And I understand that that makes things more difficult from a process and bureaucracy point of view.
Yes, well, thank you, Commissioner Rosenblum. Staff completely agrees with that. We, as planners, want to see that go in that direction in terms of putting housing where transit is. For the purposes of completing our task by January 31st, which actually is the hard deadline date, we want to make sure that we complete our work so that we can meet that deadline and get ourselves approved and adopted. Through the comprehensive plan update, which will be going on through the end of 2015, we'll be able to tackle those larger issues. And we'll have that community conversation about whether or not housing is in fact appropriate at those sites where transit is at perhaps a particular density. We'll be able to go back in a way after the fact and amend our housing element in order to accommodate those decisions that are ultimately made as part of the comprehensive plan. So yeah, we expect to have those hard discussions in the coming months.
Commissioner Olczyk.
Hi, thanks for the work that you put into this, and I am, what was the 8 by, get your 8, what was that? Don't be late. Don't be late. I'm a huge, I'm very much in favor of that. There's always a lot of confusion about, when the city discusses this particular issue, about whether or not we're actively taking on support for the development of 2,100, units. I guess I'd hate to interpret the absence in this room as a suggestion that people suddenly have realized that we're not actually suggesting that all these units get built next year, but we're just sort of going along with our sort of, I guess you would call them legal obligations to some extent. So I want to respond really quickly to what Commissioner Rosenblum was saying, which is that the first 3 tiers, we would have to zone them. We would have to rezone them for them not to be applicable, because in their current status they are. And so it's not even a debate. Those are, you would have to go through what would be a difficult process to take them out of this criteria, so they're counted. I agree with the sort of general statement that we should be directing we should encourage growth in areas that can manage growth better, which my firm belief is that, transit-oriented development is superior development. There's a part of, just with respect to San Antonio, there's a part of me that believes that the development that's happening on the Mountain View side of San Antonio will result in changes to the way mass transit serves San Antonio. So, there's no train stop in that area now.
There is.
I mean, I wouldn't call it, I wouldn't call it effective now. And I think that, if you build it, they will come maybe. And when I say they, I'm referring to mass transit maybe. I just think that the investment that's going in there, whether or not you think it's wise, will likely lead to some changes that may actually turn that area into a mass transit corridor. Who knows? I have a question about Tier 5, this University Avenue surface parking lots. And the California. I guess my question is, would that really count if we rezoned our lots to, I guess, provide for the opportunity to have housing, even in the midst of our current sort of parking deficit, where I can't imagine we would develop any portion of parking lots for housing? I mean, would that actually count if we made that change?
Commissioner Olczyk, I think we could argue, well, first, if we were going to rezone it to say that we would provide housing on those sites, I believe we would certainly say no net loss of parking and maybe a surplus. But
I'm not concerned that we're going to actually do it. I'm just wondering if that actually would count. I mean, there's this sort of...
I do believe we could make the argument to HCD that there are realistic development capacities in this area because of proximity to services, proximity to public transit, that if it were to occur, there would be a good chance that there would be development.
Okay. I mean, it's a wild notion. I almost feel like the requirement is an exaggerated requirement, and then that would be like the inverse of the exaggerated requirement to like suggest, yeah, well, we could theoretically build housing on our parking lots on top of our parking garages, but it's a good thing that the probability of development is not a factor in satisfying the requirement, but which I guess should come to some, which should provide residents with some level of comfort that just the designation and the probability are not the same. Okay, the last question is the Maybell site a carryover site, or is that new allocation?
It is a new allocation at a reduced yield at the current zoning versus what had been approved previous at 68 units. Now it's.
So is that not in? Wouldn't that be in like a quote unquote tier 1, 2, and 3 level then? If there's a number there that we could count again.
It has been included in the 1,300.
Oh, it's in the. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I may have missed that.
Well, just to clarify, since it wasn't a site that was identified in the current because we had a program to upzone it, so it was never technically identified in our inventory of sites in the current housing element.
So there was sort of no change from the carryover?
Correct.
Got it.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardias? Okay, Commissioner Tanaka.
Okay, so actually, one of the speakers talked about Buena Vista, and we had kind of a discussion about this as well, and I just want to get clarity on it. So, under the current rules, if Buena Vista is upgraded to, let's say, mobile homes to actual rural housing, does that not count? That seems like a really significant from substandard or non-standard housing to substantial housing. So what is the rule on that?
I mean, if Buena Vista is developed into housing, those housing units would be counted, but it would be counted not under one of the tiers, but under developed housing on sites that weren't identified in the housing element.
And so then why isn't Buena Vista on a housing element?
Just to clarify, if it were to be developed, right now there are, I believe, 117 units there. So if it were to be redeveloped, only the net amount would be counted towards 369. But since they were existing units already previous, then they don't count towards RHNA.
Even though they were substandard?
There are a number of other, it had said under stringent rules or requirements that they can only be counted. And so I don't believe it would meet those stringent requirements.
Okay. And I think I kind of have no answer, but I thought it would be beneficial just for the other commissioners to know. So what does it mean when a property is on the housing element? What does that mean for that property? So let's say Fry's, if it's on a housing element, and let's say we wanted to somehow preserve one of the larger tax revenue generators for the city, would it mean that a project or a current sales tax generator like Fry's would be excluded from the site then, if it's on a housing element? Or does it mean it could happen, but there's no exclusion of that happening?
It is, you are correct, it is the latter. There is, since it's already zoned residential, somebody could come in tomorrow if they purchased it and develop residential. But it doesn't preclude this, the Fry's, the non-conforming use to continue. identification of the housing site in the housing element just says to HCD that we feel that this site could accommodate our future housing needs. There are some incentives that can be held with that identification. For example, in the previous housing element, those sites designated that were commercial were allowed to do exclusive residential. So there could be some benefit, but.
Okay. And again, to almost clarify as well, if, say, a site that is identified as a housing site gets developed with some other use, then the city actually has to go find an additional site to accommodate the housing units that were, to be, I guess, built or identified on that particular site.
Before that project would be approved? Is that the way it works, or?
No, I think we just have to report that to HCD sometime soon after.
Yeah, just to clarify, so that is a rule that applies to general law cities, and it also applies to Palo Alto during this current housing cycle because we didn't have a large surplus. We're hoping that with this cycle, we will be designating a larger buffer or surplus so that that rule will not apply to us. However, there are additional restrictions when you have a site that's identified on a housing inventory and a applicant comes in with a zoning compliant request to develop housing. If that project is on the housing inventory, it's more difficult for the city to deny the project. The city needs to make certain statutory findings to deny the project.
So what you're saying really is if we value, let's say, sales tax, for instance, from a particular site, and we don't wish to actually lose it or make it difficult for that to continue, even though it may not be Fry's, it may not be the best to actually have in the housing element then.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I guess I'll go on the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. So a couple of things. First of all, the Planning and Transportation Commission has recommended to the City Council that the California Concept Area Plan be adopted, and that included a rezoning of the Fry's site to mixed use, which I interpret as CS. Some of the people might have different interpretations. And I just want to make sure that the numbers that you've allocated to the Fry's site are compatible with CS zoning.
Commissioner Keller, yes, we have done an analysis, and because CS is 30 units per acre, the density still works. Understand there's an FAR for CS zoning, and I believe it would just be because of the FAR, they would be small units, but they could still accommodate 249 units.
And just a clarification as well, the California Avenue concept plan does not recommend rezoning of Fry site. It would be a land use change from residential to mixed use as what's proposed. Furthermore, in Council's review of the CalAF concept plan, their direction to staff was to actually remove all of the floor area and other site development regulations as appearing in the comprehensive plan, to actually strike that and remove it from the plan. So there will just be a change of land use, but not zoning on that particular site. The change of zoning would happen at a later date.
Thank you. So it would be mixed use, but not 2.0 FAR as was described in the concept plan.
That would be decided at a later date.
Thank you. There was a suggestion at the Regional Housing Mandate Committee that in the San Antonio area, that Summer Wind site would be removed. And that was what used to be called the Woolworth Garden Center. I am very sympathetic with that idea, and I understand that this is not an action item, but that we can take a straw poll if we wish. and I'm wondering if people would, if there's any questions about this particular site. It's a site at the corner of San Antonio. I'm asking whether the Summer Wind site should be removed from the housing inventory list.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that it's a valuable use that for which we would not encourage to be replaced by housing.
So my understanding.
Could you, if you want to speak into the microphone, Commissioner Rosenblum.
Just to clarify, so my understanding of this exercise was that we're identifying potential sites to equal a mathematical number that was plausible to fulfill our obligation, and not necessarily redesignating sites to say this is a priority. And so my earlier comment about saying, well, San Antonio, I'm not sure, I think now that I've heard some additional clarification, is probably misguided. I think they're going through a mathematical exercise now, not a stack rank of most desirable places for the next wave of development. So correct me if I'm wrong on that, because I thought that was part of the point of your clarification.
So let me respond to that. So firstly, the issue is that there's a need to have the housing element. And in addition, staff has indicated that it's hard for us to reject a development that is in the housing inventory. So that's one reason to do that. There's also another discussion that I should probably bring up first, and that is at the Regional Housing Mandate Committee, there was the suggestion that we actually do this in 2 passes, and that we get it done legally now so that we're filed, but that we actually revisit the housing site list and our policies regarding housing production as part of our Palo Alto process, and then submit a revised housing element after that, which we're allowed to do, I understand. Staff is nodding. And allows us to reprioritize where the sites are. So let me take that as a first issue.
Just to clarify, which site and which...
Well, let me take the first site. Let me deal with the first issue, which is whether we would recommend that the City Council go through a 2-step process. The first step being to complete the housing inventory and the housing element for the statutory requirement, and then we go back and do it right a second time as part of our Palo Alto process. So I'm going to make that as a straw vote. Is there any questions about this idea? Yes. Commissioner King?
Okay, so this is coming out of, I don't think we've discussed this previously, so I would like to understand the ramifications. I guess my big question, when you say then we'll come back and do, it's obviously better to do it right the first time when you can rather than do extra work. I understand the point of more information will be available from the community in our Palo Alto process, but when you say then do it right, why would that necessarily be more right than the initial product or application?
Thank you, Commissioner King. So the issue is that right now the process is we're on a treadmill, and we really can't study the sites on potential housing based on things like lead ND or walkability score. And what we really should do is go through all the potential sites and do a lead ND analysis and a walkability score and figure out where we want sites. For example, during the East Meadow Circle development, it was suggested that the sites on the entire East Meadow concept area plan not have any housing on it. And then this area is the area on San Antonio, as was mentioned by Commissioner Rosenblum, was outside of this area but adjacent to the area, and yet we're talking about putting those sites in the housing inventory list. And that seems contradictory with the notion of the East Meadow plan. But on the other hand, we don't have the time now to really study which one should be and which one should not be. So by just get it done, file it, pass legally the process of having a conforming housing element, and then continue the process in our Palo Alto process, which will continue into 2015. And then as part of that, we can prioritize which things should be in the housing element, try to identify additional sites that might be satisfying lead ND and walkability scores, and then submit a revised housing element, which we're allowed to do, that would have prioritized, have the sites in it that we would feel more comfortable being developed. and indicate the city's desire as to which sites be developed as opposed to just punching the clock kind of approach to doing the housing element. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Olchek.
Yeah, okay, so I don't think that, I mean, I'm not sure that makes sense because I think you're asking for a very complicated and potentially redundant straw poll. The reason why I say redundant is because that is what the Our Palo Alto process is going to do anyways. We don't need to have a straw poll to determine whether or not during the Our Palo Alto process we should be reevaluating where in the city we should be encouraging development, because that's going to be the result of the Our Palo Alto process anyways. The second question I have, which is for the staff, is...
Let me address that question first.
I'll let you respond. Just let me just finish. The second question is for the staff, which is the site that he's referring to in the first three tiers, in which we're satisfying our entire allocation by essentially doing nothing in the first three tiers because those sites are zoned in a certain way. If it is it?
Yeah, Commissioner Keller, I apologize. I should have clarified that Summer Winds was originally included in the Tier 3 sites, but based on RHMC direction, so to speak, it has been removed. So that 168 units you saw reflects the removal of the Summer Winds property. So my apologies.
Thank you. So then I'll withdraw that suggestion. But we're still on to respond to your first question. The issue is that although we will have an Our Palo Alto process that looks into where the development should occur, it does not include a revision to the housing element that would have been also filed and accepted. And the Regional Housing Mandate Committee had a motion that was failed on a 2-2 vote, which would do just that. And so it would be helpful if the Planning Commission felt that two-step process, where the Our Palo Alto process had the opportunity to revise the housing element, if we on the Planning Commission recommended that, it would be helpful to give that to staff so that they can go to the council in January with that recommendation, because right now they don't have a recommendation from the Regional Housing Mandate Committee, which is why I'm going through this exercise.
So let me ask you this:
go ahead.
Is the site that you're referring to already zoned to accommodate the housing?
First of all, let's withdraw the discussion of Summer Wind site, because our staff member Tim Wong already says that that's already been removed from the list, so it's no longer needs to be on the table.
Right. No, but I'm just making the broader point, which is the notion of sort of discouraging that development. As long as unless you affect the zoning on that site, you're not discouraging or encouraging the potential for housing development on that site. You're just not referring to it for the purposes of the housing element. And so it sounded to me like you were suggesting that this process involves some potentially less focused process of identifying housing sites, and then we should revisit this process again and do it in a more involved and rigorous way, applying our best standards. The only point I make is that that is what I think the Our Palo Alto process is, and I think if we take this straw poll, you're highlighting this notion that what we are submitting is potentially, is not a good plan, or is not a suitable housing element plan.
Well, I do not think that we're saying that the current housing element is not a suitable housing element. I do not think that by doing this we're saying that the current housing element is not a suitable housing element. And I do point out that two members of the council on the Regional Housing Mandate Committee made a motion and a second for exactly the idea of allowing the Our Palo Alto process to revise the housing element. And without doing that, the Our Palo Alto process will not revise the housing element, and therefore it would not have an effect on implementing the changes that the Our Palo Alto process is envisioning. So therefore, the idea here is to make a recommendation to the council that the Our Palo Alto process involve a revisiting of the housing element, and in particular the housing inventory list.
I mean, I mean, if you want to do a straw poll on that, I'll be happy to support that recommendation.
Okay, well,
I think that's inherent in our Palo Alto process. I just think we're telling them something they've told us.
I don't think it's inherent in our Palo Alto process.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Anyway, I don't think it's inherent in the Palo Alto process because the Palo Alto process does not involve revising the housing element as currently approved by the City Council. Could you clarify that for me, staff?
I think it's staff's interpretation that, in fact, the Palo Alto process will be looking at a large variety of issues, including housing, and that, at least from staff's perspective, that the Palo Alto process could be that opportunity to look at additional housing sites. I mean, the city and members of the public and the council may want to have that greater discussion about housing in the California Avenue area plan. They may want to have that discussion about housing in the downtown area or on San Antonio Road. So it's our intent that, and probably recommendation, that the Palo Alto process be that vehicle to have those discussions, and that if those discussions result in change to policies or programs in the housing element, that we could come back after the fact and make those changes. Staff would not recommend any sort of process that would tie decision makers' hands to not looking at a particular issue that's important to the public through the Palo Alto process. I don't think that was the intent of the direction.
So my understanding is of the direction that was from the motion that was made at the Regional Housing Mandate Committee, but failed on a 2-2 vote, was that the housing element be updated as part of, be revisited as part of the our Palo Alto process, including revisiting the housing element and inventory list. I'm going to, I guess it's the chair's prerogative to ask for a straw poll, so I'm going to do that. So all in favor of giving the feedback that that's the desire of the Planning Commission, say aye. Okay, all in favor of recommending that the housing element be revisited as part of the Palo Alto process, and in particular the housing inventory site list be revisited as part of the Palo Alto process. All in favor?
This was a success.
Okay, and all opposed? I'm abstaining. You're abstaining. So that basically, just for the record, that has 5 people in favor, 5 commissioners in favor, with Commissioner King abstaining and Chair Michael absent. Okay, great. Okay, so another issue. So let me address something that Commissioner Olczak said. And I think this is a subtle thing that I've been concerned about with respect to language in the comp plan. And Commissioner Olczak said, we want to encourage growth that. For example, we want to encourage growth that is located near transit hubs or whatever. As opposed to, we want to encourage growth to be located near transit hubs. There's a difference. The difference is we want to encourage growth to that is located near transit hubs, is that's in and of itself a reason to have the growth there. As opposed to, if growth is going to happen, it should be near transit hubs as opposed to somewhere else. And part of the reason with the conflict of, some people talked about in the council talked about the comp plan as having different issues, and as a result of that, you can find any policy you want to do anything like that favors what you want. It's because of language of we want to encourage growth that does something, as opposed to we want to encourage growth to do something. And so I would encourage language in general that encourages growth to be near transit hubs, as opposed to it's good because it's near we want growth just because it's near transit hubs, and that's so then you have fewer conflicts, because, for example, if the growth is to be near transit hubs, then you might as well put growth on the east side of California Avenue in the R1 neighborhood. Well, obviously that has other conflicts. We don't want it because it infringes on the R1 neighborhood. So if you said that is near transit hubs as opposed to be near transit hubs, that's a distinction that is an important one. Oh. Yes, please.
I mean, maybe it's because I'm an attorney, but so I appreciate that fine distinction there. But I think that your statement is one that would lend itself to a much broader discussion of what we consider important and priority, and which is to say that if one way to look at a potential project that's near a mass transit hub would be to say, frankly, that's not developed enough. That is an underdeveloped property. Simply because it's located near mass transit, you should be developing a higher density on that property. And so I think you have to say, you're right, that maybe the current language supports the notion that we should be encouraging growth when it's located in with greater effect when it's located near mass transit. I'm suggesting that your change is one that has a bias behind it. And I think that we would want to have, maybe that's a part of the discussion for our Palo Alto, but I think what you're suggesting is really a debate on the merits of whether or not we should have higher density near mass transit, or whether if we have any growth, well, we should consolidate that growth near mass transit. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, and I am sympathetic with the distinction as being important about how much growth we want to have, as being a debate that we need to deal with. But in general, we have too many statements. Just the one you brought up was about located near transit hubs. But we have lots of statements that encourage growth that, as opposed to encourage growth to. And we don't mean all of that. A lot of them should be twos. And I'm not talking about that. If you go through the comp plan, there's lots of them that are in there that could be rewritten as that. And then we can have the debate about how much development we want.
I'm saying the debate would be about what we mean. Your statement that we didn't mean that suggests that you know what we meant. And I'm suggesting there could be I'm not suggesting I'm on the other side of it. I'm saying there could be a very rigorous debate about whether or not you're right, that we didn't mean to encourage growth exactly next to mass transit. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm not suggesting that the distinction isn't important. I'm just saying, how do you know we didn't mean it? And that would be the kind of decision that we would make through in our Palo Alto process.
Well, first of all, I agree with you that's the kind of decision we would make through the Palo Alto process. But the point I'm trying to make is that if people mean that and want to use that, then they should say increased density near transit hubs or whatever. If what they mean is that they want development to be located near transit hubs, as opposed to somewhere else, then they should say that. And all too often, the comprehensive plan has been sloppy by using that when it means to. And this is only in one example of where the distinction matters, but it's also throughout. Yes, Commissioner Cardias.
It's related to this. I mean, I'm not going to refer to the discussion. It's a greater discussion. I would like to just understand a couple of the concrete points, right? So the questions to the staff, but it's related to the straw poll that we had. I'd like to understand, knowing that staff needs to meet its deadline of submittal by the January, but I would like to know the timeline when the staff could come back to us with the proposal of maybe greater number of tiers or number of the lots that may satisfy this revised requirement. So I would like to know when can we see some other revised proposal with maybe greater number of the lots that can meet this requirement. So please provide me with some date, or help us with some date. And then also, of course, we would like to perhaps see the greater variety of the lots. These sites that were selected for the studies, they seem to me be easy because those are large lots, like the parking along the Sherman Avenue. But then also probably there is a equal opportunity on the other side of California Avenue along Cambridge Avenue. It may not be as obvious as building large development along the parking lots, but you would have to just go and count all the lots one by one. May require more work, but may return the same number of the potential units. So 2 questions, right? So please provide us with some timeline, and then return to us with greater number of choices.
Sure. I'd be happy to. Right now, I should say the community panel, the RHMC, the Regional Housing Mandate Committee, and partially, the PTC are working on that process right now as we speak. What we've done is provided what staff believes are the appropriate tiers that we can use to meet our RENA requirement. However, through the community panel and the RHMC, additional sites have come up, and the PTC may have sites of their own also. So I guess basically we're in the process of synthesizing it, but I think one of the significant dates is June 2nd. As part of the council review of the sites, we are recommending looking at certain tiers to get us to that 369 unit. Whether that happens on June 2nd or not, but I think that's one significant date. Whether they'll, for example, accept the Fry site or not, that I don't know, but I think a lot will depend on that June 2nd. And based on what happens on June 2nd, staff will come back to you on June 25th with greater clarity about which direction to go with sites. And in regards to smaller sites or looking at other areas, I should let you know, in the beginning, in 2010, the City Council provided staff direction. This is your site criteria. Number one, they have to be on sites larger on 10,000 square feet or larger, I believe. No loss of non-residential space. I believe it's on page, I believe the new commissioners received the housing element, and I think that criteria is on page 77, I believe. And so if you want to take a look at, those are the criteria that we use to identify these tiers also. However, as part of it, for example, the community panel, certain members have talked about, well, that 10,000 square foot minimum lot size is kind of an artificial, we can work on smaller lots, or maybe relaxing second unit requirements on smaller lots. So those suggestions have already been made, and we are looking at them. But for now, this seems like the most straightforward way to go. But staff is looking at those other alternatives also to see what other ways, such as the Arrastadero sites also.
And to add to Tim's comment, I mean, if the commission tonight wanted to take a straw poll on sites, on the tiers that's presented, on any of the alternatives that the Regional Housing Mandate Committee or the Community Panel has recommended, or if the Commission has sites of their own that you want staff to look at and consider, the Commission may make a straw poll tonight on any of those sites, and we hope then to come back to the Commission on May 28th for a formal action and recommendation. Tonight you can't do that because it's a study session, but we can advertise an action item for May 28th for a formal recommendation, and that's available to us.
Thank you, Stephen. Anybody else want to respond? Commissioner Tanaka.
So I just want to talk about a few things I've heard. First is, I think it does make sense to have some residential near transit, although I don't think it necessarily means right next to transit, because living next to a train station is no fun. And I think Acting Chair Keller talks about this a lot, but he talks about how New York City is one of the greenest places on earth because everyone takes the train into Manhattan, and so having office near transit actually may be the greener solution than residential near transit. And Acting Chair Keller could talk in length about that topic. So the other thought I had is, for a long time we've kind of had this big trend of the ever increasing size of housing units. I think about the house I grew up in, and at that time that was considered kind of like an average house, and today considered a tiny house. And houses in America have gotten bigger and bigger. And now with the population going more towards downtowns and less suburbs, there's now a big trend towards small units, like these micro units that have started to appear in San Francisco and other cities. So I realize that there's this default 20 units per acre, but if some of these residential units are actually located in these downtown areas, I can see that there could be dramatically smaller units, even though it had the same floor area ratio. So I don't think it's unreasonable for us to justifiably say, look, for some of these sites that are in kind of downtown areas, there could be these micro units, and you could have 30 or maybe more units per acre. So I think that's another way to meet it. I mean, there's one way is to find additional sites. Other way is to say, well, let's play with the ratio a little bit. Maybe, I think the reason why these micro units work in these cities is because it's basically just a room for someone to live, and then their living room is literally the coffee shop downstairs. And so I think we should be very cognizant of that kind of bigger megatrend that's happening, which is, especially in downtowns. My last comment is I did skim over the letter from Colorado Park, and we're just coming off of this Maybill discussion in the community where the city funded a project, and I think I would think hard about, because they're asking for $200,000, and I'll think a little bit hard about that in terms of if that's appropriate thing for the city to do at this point. Thanks.
Anybody else wants to weigh in? Commissioner King.
Thank you. I just a couple clarifying questions. So you mentioned that if an identified housing site is developed for non-housing uses, then it has to be replaced. Does that it has to be replaced immediately with another identified site?
Not necessarily immediately. However, let's say a site with 5 units, we identified a site with a yield of 5 units. If that doesn't develop into housing, then we would have to find a replacement 5 units somewhere else.
Within the existing cycle, we can't wait till the next cycle.
That is correct. Yeah, okay. Probably within the next few months. There's an annual report that we must submit to HCD, and every April 1st is the deadline. In I would imagine it would be around that time where we would have to report on some of these sites that were lost. Not lost, but not developed with housing.
Developed otherwise.
Yeah.
And then
can I interrupt for a moment? So does that mean we have to replace it, or do we replace it when we go down below the 200 cushion?
Well, for this purpose, we are hoping that with the 200 unit surplus, we will not have to track. Right now, in the current housing element, we must track because we only provided a surplus of 34 units above our RENA requirement. But that's why we're asking for we're identifying 200 additional sites. So if a site with identified 5 housing units does not develop, we still have this 200 unit surplus. So we can avoid that exercise, if you will.
Thank you. And then regarding, there was a commissioner comment previously about thank goodness they don't include probability, but my understanding in the accepting your housing designation, but my understanding from previous discussions is they actually do, like, if you proposed a site that was very unlikely to be developed, there actually is pushback from some entity, and who is that entity that says we're not buying that site, we don't like that one, you have to come back with something more probable to be developed?
HCD is one party that may push back. There are also organizations out there who are monitoring the progress, including site identification of every jurisdiction. And so if they feel a jurisdiction is not proposing sites that have a realistic development capacity on them, those organizations may also push back and questioning the validity of that selection.
And HCD is the state agency?
Yes, my apologies. HCD is the State Department of Housing and Community Development, the department responsible for the certification of each housing element.
And can you, then my last question is, can you clarify the RIMIC, the makeup of that body, who's on that? And then when you mentioned, if you can discuss, you talked about the one site being taken out of consideration for housing. On what grounds was that, and by whom, which would be answered by the first part of the question. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner King, the RHMC, or the Regional Housing Mandate Committee, is comprised of 4 supervisors, city council members. Councilmember Schmidt is the chair, with Councilmembers Scharf, Price, and Holman. There are also 2 board members of a school district board members, board member Tom and Mitchell. And there's also a planning commissioner. Commissioner Keller sat in last, but it is Chair Michael who is the standing commission representative for the RHMC. Oh, and Summer Winds, that was removed based on RHMC direction. The Regional Housing Mandate Committee recommended in a failed motion, but there was support to remove the Summer Winds property from the list of San Antonio sites.
And on what grounds? I assume that was a public record meeting, so you can
yes, mostly that it's a viable commercial operation at this point, I believe was, yeah.
I believe that there was council direction not to replace commercial uses with housing uses. And so this is under the original council direction from several years ago, and this is consistent with that notion.
Okay, thank you. Although, would commercial or retail? Because the other on
this
the other
is retail.
side, of the, okay,
this is a retail use.
Because the other side of the street is very commercial as well. Less,
yes, but this is a retail use. There was
okay.
a desire not to replace retail and uses, and this is a major retail use for which there are few uses like that in the city.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gardias.
Yes, just a technical question going back to the discussion that we had, right? There is a constraint and a deadline or the timeline of May 28th, at which we may just do some more work on this. There is a constraint of 10,000 square feet, and I understand this was adopted by the City Council. Is this correct?
That is correct. That was from council direction. Okay, so please help me to, maybe Chair would help me to understand, in order for us eventually just to broaden the basket of tiers and potential lots, suggesting removal of this or modification of this floor of 10,000 square feet would require recommendation of our commission. Is this right?
We could have a recommendation of that. What I'm going to suggest, if I may, is that we identify things to be evaluated by staff if this comes back to us on May 28th, as suggested by Stephen Turner, and that we suggest things that be teed up for us to vote on at that action item meeting. And so one of the things that can be considered to vote on is the reduction of the threshold for housing element sites of 10,000 square feet. So that's one thing we could give direction to be reviewed. And rather than having straw polls and everything, I think we could just vote on it. And people, if staff approves it, if staff agrees with this, we can just have a laundry list of things for us to tee up for next time. Is that okay?
Yes, that would be fine.
Great. So as any other commissioners wish to bring up items that we would want to vote on next time in terms of policies we might want to add to the housing element or things on the housing inventory list? Commissioner Rosenblum.
I just have a quick question to understand what things to throw your way. Are all zoning changes of equal difficulty? So for example, there was the second residence proposal, which would require some easing of setbacks and some other things to make it easier to get a second residence approved, versus changing distinctions between density of development versus changing the designation altogether. Are all these made equal? And because that would influence my answer on what to look at.
Well, I think at this point we wouldn't be looking at recommendations of changes to site development regulations on sites that might make it easier or more difficult to develop housing. I think that we'd be looking at policy language or specific housing sites that the Commission might recommend that staff review and comment on.
I think I understand that. You're saying that it's all equally hard and not to be considered at this time.
Yes, in so many words.
Got it. Thank you. That's clear.
Any other commissioners? So let me throw out my laundry list, if I may. So one of those is, in terms of slide 4, there was the needs assessment and the demographic trends and the housing market trends and the special needs groups. And in particular, it is my belief that most of the housing in Palo Alto is larger units. That there's a lot of single-family residences that is mostly three bedrooms and up. A lot of the housing built, particularly that in South Palo Alto, in the last several years, with the exception of the sites that were just referred to by staff, have been townhouses that are 3 units and up. And with the notion that we need more housing for seniors and that there's a shortage of housing for 20 and 30 somethings without kids. You know, 3 bedroom and 4 bedroom are suitable for kids. Things that are studios. There's a studios and 1 bedrooms there's a shortage of those, I think. And therefore we should consider whether we want to encourage or whether we want to enact a maximum unit size which would allow more units to be counted in Tier 4. So I'd like some discussion on that as part of a potential policy for us to consider. There is the policy that was suggested by Commissioner Tanaka and myself, which is on page 10 of the staff report, and inclusion of a study about that there be a policy or program that would call for a study about managing the rate of growth of market rate housing beyond the above moderate allocation of the regional housing needs assessment in order to facilitate the development of below market rate housing and the enhancement of infrastructure to accommodate that development. And I'd like that to be one of the things to be considered at the meeting on the 28th. And I'd like the opportunity for Commissioner Tanaka and myself to offer some information to staff about why that might be useful in terms of that. I realize staff indicated that's a difficult topic, but why a study of that nature might be useful. In terms of the issue of Tier 4 and 5, the consideration of the potential of those with the idea of podium or underground parking together with housing above that, with a notion of PF. We have PF zoning. It might be a PFR designation with residential designation, allowing for residential above a plan of a PF public facility zoning. So some notion of that. To be considered as part of the Our Palo Alto process. In addition, actually embarking on the South El Camino concept area plan, which is actually in the current housing element but has never happened. So making that a priority so that we can actually evaluate the South El Camino housing sites as to whether they're suitable for housing and at what density. Also a consideration of the Fry's precise plan. I think there should be a precise plan for the Fry's site prior to the lease termination of Fry's, and I think that may not be part of our Palo Alto process, but should follow our Palo Alto process. I think that's very important for us to actually not simply say, bring us into project development, but actually do what other cities do with a large piece of land, and what Palo Alto did with a large piece of land when PAF vacated SOFA area, was to actually put a precise plan together. So I'd recommend that. And I'd also recommend that we consider that the site list evaluation as part of the Palo Alto process include an evaluation of the sites based on LEED ND criteria and the walkability score. So And one final thing is that whether the deed restriction for affordable housing sites should be maintained at 55 years if funding is from Palo Alto, or at 30 years if as required by other funding sources, only for 100% affordable housing, not for other kinds of partial affordable housing, but for 100% affordable housing, that would allow more letters like Palo Alto Housing Corp coming to us in the future. So, Steph, any questions about what I just said? Great. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Olchek, do you wish to weigh in?
No, I would.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yes.
One quick clarification. Commissioner Gardias, you had talked about lowering the 10,000, just to be sure, lowering the 10,000 minimum for multifamily zoned parcels, not specifically R1 or anything like that, but lower that 10,000 square foot.
That's correct.
Okay.
Or eliminating it altogether.
Okay. All right. Very good.
But we're looking at this pretty much.
Looking at smaller multifamily zoned parcels. Okay.
Exactly.
Great. And I would think that the Arastero site should not be considered as part of the current housing element list, but as part of the Our Palo Alto process. And that the site adjacent to the residential on Inigo, I don't know how to pronounce that, it's the name of the street, be RM15, not RM30 because of the adjacency issue. And that's my list. Any other comments? With that, I'll close the item number 3 on our. We have. Do we want a report from? We never had the report from the director. So, do you wish to give that, Mr. Herr?
The long-range planning manager filling in for the director does not have a specific report to report, other than the fact that as part of the Our Palo Alto process, staff brought forward the commission's work on the policies and programs as part of version 1.0. All of the hard work that the Planning and Transportation and the subcommittees have accomplished in reviewing the policies and programs of the comprehensive plan elements. Those were brought forward to council, and we got kind of verbal communicated support for the work that was done. We did not receive any specific comments that we had gone in the wrong direction or went off topic, so I'll take that as a success for the work that we've done. We also will be talking further with the community and the council about those policies and programs as we move forward with the Our Palo Alto process. And then second of all, also on that same night, we brought forward the community engagement plan for Our Palo Alto. And again, this is our approach to engaging the community to talk about issues such as the housing element, such as development throughout Palo Alto, transportation issues, land use issues, community services issues. And we got support for that type of engagement plan. That plan would include the adoption of a leadership group that would be appointed by the city manager. That leadership group would help advise city staff on our community outreach efforts to make sure that we are reaching out to as wide of a group as possible and helping us to refine our engagement efforts as we go forward over these next 15 to 18 months or so. So we had a very successful meeting on May 5th at the council, and it's full steam ahead for staff work for the rest of the year on the comp plan and the comp plan EIR. That's the extent of the report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. There was a comment, I believe, made by some of the city council members that they would prefer not seeing, quote, the usual suspects on these committees, on this committee. However, the usual suspects are the people who are often connected to the community, and they're active in the community. So I would not be happy not seeing some of the usual suspects, but I would like to see new faces along with them. So just as a comment about that. Are there any comments by anybody on the commission? Okay, with that, I call the meeting adjourned at 9:17.